J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live, an online simulation autosports broadcasting company. Prader-Willi syndrome is the most common cause of life-threatening obesity in children. It causes them to have uncontrollable urges to eat, feelings and compulsions for hunger all the time, but hunger is the least of the problems, especially if left untended. Prader-Willi syndrome leads to low muscle tone, short stature, incomplete sexual development, and can lead to a stage of obesity that is life-threatening. Sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, Ed Peoples and his daughter Victoria and son Mitchell join me tonight to invite you to attend and to participate in this worthy cause. Ed, just briefly, the lifestyle adjustments that a parent must take, both in the home and psychological, must be very difficult. Please explain to our viewers what it means to have a child with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Thank you very much, J.D. We have a customized kitchen provided by Habitat for Humanity where the doors are locked at all times by a combination-style keypad. We also use a weekly menu posted for her to see so she knows what meals she will be having and the times and the foods and amounts that she will be receiving. As far as our careers, they are a challenge for both parents to work, yet both of us be constantly available for the many doctor visits and the therapist appointments to juggle. As far as the psychological effect, her smiles make all of our challenges and struggles worthwhile to manage on a daily basis. We are very aware of the many other diseases and syndromes and disabilities out there that are much more severe than Prader-Willi syndrome. We feel very fortunate to have an organization like Prader-Willi Syndrome USA to be there in times of need and in crisis. Thanks, J.D.
And Victoria, sweetheart, I don't understand what you feel and how you live with Prader-Willi syndrome because I just don't know a lot about it. So can you tell me and everyone listening, sweetheart, what it's like?
I try to always be happy and my boyfriend.
She's always trying to be happy, and that is very common with her and other children with Prader-Willi syndrome, always smiling. And she does love to communicate with the boyfriend she has in Pittsburgh. She loves with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Very good. And Mitchell, I'll bet you're proud of your older sister. What are some of the things that you do to help?
I try to be a bigger brother even though I'm little. I try to play with her because she doesn't have friends to play with.
Very good. Please join Ed, Victoria, Mitchell, and I, along with many others, on July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, live on ETV Live for a very special night and learn more about this rarely publicized illness that affects 1 in 15,000 children annually in the U.S. and how you can help provide relief. We'll see you then. Welcome, race fans, to a very special broadcast tonight presented by ETV Live and sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, live from Talladega Speedway. Get set for some shootout-style fun as the drivers and crews get ready for 2 25-lap races and a 100-lap feature here tonight. With a $1,900 purse on the line tonight donated by Gary Bauer, we're about 30 minutes away from the green flag. I'll be your host. As you know me, the cowboy, I'm J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live. And joining me in the booth a little bit later to help call the race is Michael Keaton. And, of course, on pit road, a pair of talented young men, Dakota Ehrman and Justin Rosenau. We also have Dalton England as our engineer tonight. John Westling, a legend in sim broadcasting. We call him Magic Fingers back at the office, as always, providing the coverage from his awesome camera work. But first, before we go racing, I want to tell you why we're here tonight. Prader-Willi syndrome was first described and reported by Swiss doctors Andrea Prader, Alexis Labart, and Heinrich Willi in 1956 based on the clinical characteristics of 9 children they examined, characteristics that included small hands and feet, abnormal growth resulting in small stature, and early onset childhood obesity. They also found symptoms of hypertonia at birth, insatiable hunger, intellectual disability, and extreme obesity. And it would be years before it was discovered that an abnormality occurred in chromosome 15 at the time of conception, and currently genetic testing provides definitive diagnosis today. The symptoms of Prader-Willi syndrome are thought to be caused by dysfunction of a portion of the brain cell called the hypothalamus, which is a small endocrine organ in the base of the brain that plays a crucial role in many bodily functions, including hunger and satiety, temperature and pain regulation, sleep-awake balance, fluid balance, emotions, and fertility. Although the mortality rate is rather low when compared to other debilitating diseases, if left undiagnosed, it can lead to a very early death. There is no cure yet, but there is a chance for improvement in the quality of life. Research has been instrumental in treating the disease with regards to insatiable hunger, which leads to obesity as well as other symptoms. The funding generated for campaigns such as Paint the Yellow Charity Race Tonight not only goes towards research for treatments and cures, but also helps fund organizations like the Prader-Willi Association so they can help families cope with the physical and psychological effects of raising a child with the disease. This is why we're here tonight, to share with you the personal and emotional stories from the people who live with Prader-Willi syndrome 24 hours a day, every day, for the rest of their lives. There are success stories with children born with PWS, both medical and emotional, and where personal achievement speaks volumes. Let's watch this together. When we return, I want you to meet some special people.
Go Minnesota! Go Sarah! Go Sarah! Go Sarah! Go Leave!
4 generations of the Abbott family have made the trek from Minnesota to Lincoln, Nebraska for the 2010 Special Olympic USA National Games to support one special athlete who's competing for the first time at age 37.
She is inspiration to so many people, our family, friends. It brings tears to my eyes when I think about her.
She wasn't even supposed to live to past 30, so this is absolutely amazing that she was able to even do this.
That she's doing really good, and I think she's like awesome.
I know I'm better off having her as my sister because you just know everyone has a story and, you know, everyone's special.
Sarah is just one of those unique individuals that everybody just falls in love with the first time they meet her.
Sarah was born with Prader-Willi syndrome, a disease that affects 1 in every 15,000 people. It's one of the causes of extreme obesity and requires constant supervision.
The brain does not tell her when she's full, so she is constantly hungry, and then her metabolism is so slow that she gains weight very, very easily. In the last 3 years, she's lost 150 pounds, and this is just a culmination of a celebration of that as much as the Special Olympics. So
the people that have my disease, I want them to do exercise like what I did and help them lose weight and watch they eat.
Both her mother and I are breast cancer survivors, and so Sarah was right there. She's walked with us in several supportive walks, and she says, "You and my mom are my inspiration." And I said, "No, Sarah, you are my inspiration."
And what makes you so happy? You've been smiling since the whole time I've been talking to you. What makes you so happy? Anything?
I like to being here. I'm happy being here.
But she has great hope in the midst of it. Not for medals, but that she'll compete and have fun and be able to take this experience in. So the way she evaluates this whole experience is much different and much more pure than I think what we experienced too.
It's her spirit. It's her spirit and her love of life that bring all the happiness that we all share. And
I'm so amazed that she can feel all this family love, because that's really what it's all about, is
We talked about this a long time ago when we first found out that it was going to be in Lincoln. So my sister Pat and I said, we're going. And then my other sister said, yes. And we kept going. And we asked our brothers, oh, yes, we're going to go. So we ended up having all of us here. Not only Sarah, but all the other Special Olympics that are here. We were out cheering for the people in the track and field, and there are people who are running with, you know, bad knees and splints, and they're sweating. It's hot out, and they do not give up.
I think Sarah has accomplished more in her short life. I remember also knowing that they didn't think she'd walk or talk. So you know what? Sarah defies all odds anyways. I think you can't live in fear. I know Sarah's probably one of the happiest people you'll ever meet. Sarah overcomes.
Maureen Wirtz reporting for the 2010 Special Olympics USA National Games.
All right, and we are back live here, and what a wonderful story about that young lady. I'm going to take it down to Pit Road. Let's get an update. Let's take it down to Dakota Ehrman and Justin Rose now. Dakota?
Yeah, guys, for these 3 heats, 2 heats and 1 main, we're looking for multiple pit stops in each. I've got 2 drivers standing with me here. Doug Moore starting 40th. Doug, how you plan on going to the front?
Plan on being safe, have a good safe pit stop, and just give what the track will take what the track will give me.
We got Jonathan Goke. He's going to be starting in the 4th position. He's just got to try to maintain. Jonathan, what's the plan with you?
Well, in these first 2 heats, I'll probably go pretty hard, see if I can get up there to the lead. In that last 100-lap stretch, I'm probably going to take it easy right in the back, just wait for the wrecks to happen. Just got to try to make it through there to the end to finish, you know?
Well, there you go, JD. You've heard it from the 2 different drivers. About the same strategies, possibly a little close.
All right, thank you, Dakota, from Pit Road. Right now, I want to introduce some special guests tonight. Ed Peoples, he's a member of Paint the Yellow Racing League. He also has a daughter with PWS. Janalee Heineman along with us tonight. She's also a parent. She's the Director of Research and Medical Affairs for PWS USA. Dottie Cooper is joining us tonight in the booth as well. She also has an adult child, Sean, who has PWS. She's the interim executive director of PWSA. Lisa Graziano, I met her the other day. I actually talked to her a little bit the other day. Surprised to learn that she's in Redondo Beach, right down the road from me. She's the executive director of the California chapter out here. And then Kate Bieber joining us as well. She's a crisis intervention counselor. Brian Henshaw joining us as well, former vice president of the Pennsylvania PWS chapter. And guys, thank you for joining us tonight. Let's start with Kate Bieber. Kate, crisis intervention usually means introducing a preemptive effort to control a situation that's destined to go out of control in a very short time. What kind of crisis do parents face when they first learn that their child is diagnosed with this dreaded disease, and what was your first reaction?
Well, I think that the first thing that parents experience when their child is diagnosed with this is being totally overwhelmed. It's a very unusual disability. It's not one that there's a lot of information out there on, and they don't even really know what this is, who to ask, what questions to ask, and that type of thing. As far as physically, one of the first crises that they may encounter is the inability for the child to suckle well and be able to eat, which is very different from what people think about when we talk about Prader-Willi syndrome, because everyone thinks about the insatiable appetite. But early on in the first phase, because of the poor muscle tone, they struggle with the feeding. And so parents are looking at feeding tubes, how long their child's going to be in the hospital, and that type of thing. What we do at National to try to help them out with that is that once they call our office, we will send them out a package of hope that is made to fit a young child, an infant, so that they know the things to look at as an infant.
You know, it's got to be a mind-altering thing when you first learn that your child has this disease. You know, are there people here? I mean, how does somebody get in touch with somebody to help with that?
Hopefully their physician or their pediatrician will direct them to our national organization. But we have a national number. It's 1-800-926-4797, and we're there Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. And so that's how they can get a hold of us. And I think that for some parents, again, the child may be diagnosed later in life. And for myself, my daughter was 6 years old when she was diagnosed. And actually the reaction I had was being totally relieved to find out what she had and then to get on a plan of treatment on how to help her.
Thank you, Kate. And Jen Lee, Director of Research and Medical Affairs. Research, it provides treatments and medications and in some cases surgical procedures, I'm sure. But talk about what the child faces for the rest of their life as far as treatments and prevention goes. Or I don't know if there's anything, like prevention. I mean, this is something that you're born with, obviously, but what are some of the treatments that a child is faced with for the rest of their life?
Well, the only FDA-approved drug is growth hormone, but it doesn't take away the hunger. It gives better height, lean muscle mass, and energy. But there have been no medications that have helped the hunger to date that have been discovered. Bypass surgery is risky, and it's really not effective because it's the message to the brain that's the issue, that wrong message, triggering hunger rather than full. And so it's not the size of your stomach or what's in your stomach that makes them full. I think studying Prader-Willi syndrome helps you understand how complex obesity is. We always blame the parent, or we blame society for having too much food, or we blame the person for overeating, but it makes you, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong with Prader-Willi syndrome. The metabolism is wrong, the message of hunger full is wrong, the drive to eat is wrong. So it makes you appreciate all of the potential reasons why a person might be obese, even beyond Prader-Willi syndrome. So Prader-Willi syndrome is really the window of opportunity to studying about obesity. But really the only true control for Prader-Willi in this day and age is hopefully getting the child diagnosed early, getting the parents educating, teaching them tough love as soon as that child starts showing too much of a drive to eat, to get them to learn to be tough and control the food. And most often at some point parents lock up food, the refrigerator, the cupboards. That seems cruel, but I know our son said, he thanked us. He said, I try, but my hand reaches in the refrigerator and I can't stop it. So it takes the temptation away from them, since the drive to eat's so great, and it takes the stress off the rest of the family to lock up food. But then you have to work with the schools and everybody who's involved with the child, the grandparents, etc., to also learn how to provide that external control, because they don't have the internal controls.
I'm thinking, people get their stomach, tied or whatever it is they do, some kind of surgery where they tie the stomach off so you don't eat as much. And there are all these diet pills that seem to be so prevalent nowadays. And I'm thinking, gee, well, this is a simple fix for this problem, but that's not the case, is it?
No, none of that's worked today. So it's by far not a simple fix. But in fact we have a international hyperphagia conference coming up, and that's hyperphagia is the uncontrollable drive to eat. And we've got experts from all over the world coming in who really study this and study what goes wrong to create life-threatening obesity. So we wish it was as simple as teaching a child control, but really a person with Prader-Willi can learn to not be rude in public, etc., but they can't control the food themselves entirely by themselves. The drive is just too great to eat.
And Lisa, I apologize for not being able to keep our date today, but I promise that we will get down there for a visit with you and Cameron, your family. But, the psychological effects that impact the family from the very first moment that they learn, I mean, that's got to be a scare all in itself. I mean, you're sitting in the hospital and you first become aware of this. The feelings of inadequacy, the fear, even the feeling of failure can cause some agonizing stress for parents. share with us how people cope. How do you cope with the demands of raising a child with PWS?
Well, you're absolutely right that the entire family is impacted from the very first moment of learning a child has been diagnosed with Prader-Willi syndrome. No one's ever heard of this syndrome until you come face to face with it. And a little while ago, I wasn't too surprised to learn that new research revealed that parents of someone diagnosed with Prader-Willi syndrome experience some of the highest stress levels compared with parents raising a child with other disorders. When my son was diagnosed with Prader-Willi syndrome 13 years ago, there was not too much support available. I felt very alone, isolated, and absolutely terrified for the future of my little guy. And it was about 5 months after he was born that I stopped crying for long enough to think that I might actually be able to be ready to speak with another person who had a child diagnosed with the same syndrome. So I called our state organization and I said I was ready to join a support group. And the director told me that was terrific, but that the closest support group to me was about 7 hours drive away. So needless to say, I didn't join that group, but with the director's help, my husband and I did start one ourselves, which has grown over the years and is really, really helpful to me personally. Fortunately, today there is so much more support available, both in person and through the internet.
The internet is go ahead, Lisa.
No, go right ahead.
I was going to say the internet is a wonderful thing these days, isn't it?
Boy, it sure is. And, by the way, JD, I'm really looking forward to our date, too.
I promise. And please tell Cameron that I said hello, a very special hello. I was really looking forward to meeting him today, but we will get there, I'm sure.
I'm looking forward to it.
Very good. I want to talk to Dottie Cooper here for just a minute. She's got an adult child, Sean, who has PWS. And Dottie, you're the interim executive director for PWSA. Does the parenting ever stop? And does any child with PWS ever understand the limitations put upon them for the rest of their lives? How much do they really know? And what does PWSA provide for the adult children to help them understand this disease?
Well, no, the parenting never stops.
We're good, JD.
A person with Prader-Willi syndrome is going to need to be monitored and supervised for the rest of their lives because their constant focus is on food. And that focus is so strong that without some supervision, they're going to be capable of doing life-threatening harm to themselves. They have to be coached on various aspects of behavioral, medical, social issues, but it's really the food that's the biggest problem. Some of them have psychological issues as well. But the double-edged sword is that often our young people and adults with PWS are so smart in ways to devise ways to get to food, even though they may not have those strengths in other areas. But what they hear about their limitations, they can understand, they can be coached from the time they're young. It's good to share with them Prader-Willi syndrome and what it is and why they need to be protected from food. My experience is that over time adults will accept and even ask for stronger barriers to food, such as what Jenna Lee was saying. They want more supervision, locked cabinets, refrigerators. They feel more secure knowing that now they cannot get to the food that can be so life-threatening for them. So they feel supported, but they also have a need to have some control over their lives because they're being told what to do so much. As parents, we've got to watch them at all times, and yet they want to have some control as well. So the more we can give them good, healthy options and let them choose from those, and certainly our tone and our things like that to help them be more accepting of those limitations that we put on them would be very helpful. At PWSA USA, we do a lot of things to try and help our young people and adults better understand the disease and what they can do as well, and why we're being so protective of them. First, we start by providing information to parents, as Kate said earlier, and then through the family support program, we encourage our parents to talk openly with the child with PWS as they grow, and their other extended family members and friends, so that that child and that family even has a strong support system as the child matures, because it's not easy. It's constant, everyday supervision and surveillance. So we encourage the family to work together and to take their child with PWS to a variety of medical professionals who themselves understand Prader-Willi syndrome and can work together as a team. And then in addition to that, we provide educational material for caregivers. We have publications for not only the caregivers but also for the persons with PWS, written so that they can better understand the syndrome. And so we try to get them together as much as possible by being together either at local or state, or in particular at our national conferences, where we have biannually an opportunity for our young people and adults to get together from all over the country, and they get to learn what their commonalities are and how they're not alone in their struggles, and they have other brothers and sisters with the syndrome that are also having to deal with this. It makes them feel better about the fact that they have control over, have to have so much control over their lives, because they know that that others do as well. And I find that over time, they have an opportunity to grow with that and to begin to work with the caregiver. Even though there may still be challenges, there always will be that need for supervision and surveillance. But the daily struggle is constant. It's very hard on the families, on the caregivers. And so that's why we need as much help and understanding as we can get as well.
Thank you, Dottie. I'll tell you, I had a couple of weeks to cram and learn about this disease, and the more I read, and this is where, going back to Lisa and the internet, this is how helpful it's been to me, because I had no clue what this disease was until I got involved with Ed. And Ed, you and I have been working on this project for a couple of weeks now. You introduced me to the Prader-Willi syndrome, something I had never heard of before. And you asked if ETV Live would get involved and broadcast, this event for the Paint the Yellow Racing League, and we are more than happy to do things like this. What did you hope to accomplish tonight, Ed?
Well, thank you, J.D. I think in a nutshell, awareness, and I think I've already won tonight before I even get to get on the grid tonight, because I do believe that from the emails, the feedback from the fellow iRacers and everyone in this PWSA USA community that has visited our websites and participated, that I believe I've gotten awareness out to just a ton of people. So in a nutshell, I wanted to get the awareness out, try to raise some money along the way. But I think I'm really a big winner here from what I've heard from everyone in their interviews, and from just the feedback that I get every single day. We've been focusing on this through our racing community now for a month, and every day I've tried to commit to get on there and answer some questions about the situation, the awareness, and the things that we do go through, and the help that we could use. So I feel like I've already won there. My wife can also speak a little bit in our behalf how the psychological effect is for our daughter and our family life here, and she's right here with me if she'd like to say a word.
Please.
Hi, this is Karen. Thanks. It's great to get the awareness out, and great to raise some funds that can really help the families dealing with both the weight issues and the behavior. If you look at our daughter, she does not look the typical Prader-Willi child. We have controlled the weight with her. She's 5'3" and right around 100 pounds, but we are still very challenged with the behavior issues, and working with trying to get all the right medicines. We have tried many different medicines and just keep changing them until we get the right cocktail mix for her to help her have a better life, and that's what we're looking for.
You know, when I was talking with Ed here, actually a few days ago when we were working on the little promo piece we put together, you know, uh, the remodeling of the kitchen and locking down, you know, the kitchen cabinets, the kitchen door, you know, I mean, that blew me away.
Yeah, that is definitely a requirement that is needed in a PW house, that the food has to be secured. Again, it helps with the psychology of the person with Prader-Willi, that they feel secure knowing that it's locked, but when it isn't locked, granted, I'll guarantee you they will take advantage anytime that we slip up, and they'll find their way in and get the food.
Yeah, and you know, and it's not so much. It's a scary thing when you talk about locking down the kitchen cabinets and even putting a code access on the kitchen door. But it's not to keep anybody in or out. This is to protect the child. You know, more than anything. Correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes. It is for the safety of the child to ensure that, you know, if unsecured, they would eat to morbid obesity, and you have major other health issues to deal with.
And Brian, you know, thanks for joining us tonight, former Vice President of the Pennsylvania PWS chapter. You know, Brian, a cure is most likely out of the question, at least during our lifetime, perhaps even, you know, your child's lifetime. Unlike a cancer where remission is possible by surgery and radical treatments such as radiation chemotherapy, this is a genetic defect with chromosome 15 that pretty much arises out of conception. We know the money is spent for research on treatments, but besides medicine, where else does the money benefit the cause?
The money benefits the cause in more than just research. There's also a conference held by National every other year that really helps educate parents and caregivers about what the best treatments out there for children and adults with Prader-Willi syndrome are available. As Dottie was saying earlier about her adult child with Prader-Willi syndrome and the help that has been given through National, the publications that go out to other family members to educate them is a cost in itself, just the constant mailing. Also, just keeping up the website for National website and people devoted to that, and so many volunteers that the dollar isn't even shown there that is at National to help out with families that are constantly calling, whether it be just an infant child just born with an early diagnosis. My son was diagnosed at 19 days of age, and all the information that was available to us was incredible through National and through our state chapter and the help we got. And also, we get to go to these conferences and meet other families and know that we're not alone in this fight against the syndrome of Prader-Willi.
You know, I spent some time on your website over there, and there's a ton of information up there. You know, and maybe one of the other ladies can chime in on this one, but, you know, what is the best information that you have on your website to learn more about this disease?
This is Jana Lee. It all depends who you are and what you need to know, but certainly www.pwsausa.org is, we have a few thousand pages there. You know, I think what's crucial, I know, is I'm always dealing with medical crises, and often if parents take their child to the emergency room, that can be life-threatening if a doctor doesn't know the syndrome. Besides the constant hunger, they have a high pain threshold. They typically don't vomit. They have a lot of idiosyncrasies that they often don't run temperatures or fevers, and that if they don't know, and most emergency room doctors and nurses won't know the syndrome, that if they can't get access to that information or if we can't fax it to them, etc., that could be a very life-threatening situation for a child because often they can be much sicker than they look.
You know, let's talk about that for a minute. We do have a couple of extra minutes here. you know, the first diagnosis, you know, I mean, you live in a country, you're dealing with a country doctor who may not know about Prader-Willi syndrome. You know, talk about that for a minute. I mean, what are some of the early stages that may be recognizable to parents who are not exposed to any of this?
Well, sorry, Janley, I'll let you. You're more on the professional side of this.
Well, as an infant, it's if they're a very weak, floppy baby with no other obvious diagnosis, then we say test for Prader-Willi. Because there's a DNA methylation test, but if a doctor doesn't know that test is what they should run, you know, they may not catch it. That can diagnose it pretty quick. But you know, if they don't get caught as an infant that way, that when that appetite turns around and they get the appetite, the unusual appetite, then you know you may have an obese toddler, not just an obese toddler, but one who's constantly thinking and looking for food. So that may be another symptom. You know, there's several things that you can look for. On the other hand, we've got a lot of parents controlling their children early on, and so often when they go to school or they go to an emergency room or something, people don't appreciate they're slim and they look good because when they're on growth hormone too, the parents have worked very hard to externally control them. So often they're not as cautious as they should be because that child cannot learn the internal controls on food.
You know, we could go ahead, Lisa. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, ironically, my son has always been thin because we also had a diagnosis very, very early on. And ironically, because he's been so thin all of his life, he's at an even higher risk for sudden death from stomach rupture or necrosis. So it's scary, whichever way you turn.
This is Dottie, and the low metabolic rate that most of our kids have mean that keeping them thin is really a Herculean effort because they often have to be on a very low-calorie restricted diet in addition to the fact that they're craving food all the time. So it really is a double-edged sword.
You know,
this is Natalie. I'm sorry. They you know, people don't realize a low-calorie diet with Prader-Willi may be 800 calories a day for an adult with the syndrome. That low.
And that's about how much I eat at dinner time. My God. Oh man, you know, we're running out of time here, ladies and gentlemen, and you know, we could go on and on and on and on, and I would absolutely love to do that. And you know, I've got my thinking cap on right now, and maybe we can get all back together sometime and just, you know, put on a show and talk about this and get it out there in the face of people. I want to thank all of our guests for providing some insight to the Prader-Willi syndrome. And we would like to invite all of our viewers to give to this worthy cause, and you can do it in a couple of different ways. There's a donation link if you're watching the etv-eplay.net live page. There's a couple of links on the front page there. If you've got a small screen or a wide screen, you can click the donation link right there on the page, right below the player window. Or you can go to the pwsusa.org website and certainly find your way there and give. But I tell you, it's such a worthy cause, and again, we're very thankful to have been able to provide some insight about this disease from our very special guest here tonight. Right now, I want to take it down to Pit Road. Let's go to Justin for an update from Pit Road down there. Justin, what do you got for us, bud?
I've spoken with the crew chiefs of Joe Thompson and Craig White starting in 7th and 9th position tonight. Their strategy tonight is to get out front early and stay there in the course of the first race and possibly during the 100-lap feature there. I was also speaking with the crew chiefs for Tom Moustakis and Donald Hagen, and they're starting 33rd and 35th respectively, and they're looking to just sit back and be patient during the course of the first few races here and save their stuff for the 100-lapper. They're also looking to possibly pit early, JD.
All right, good report, Justin Rose. Now he'll be working with Dakota Ehrman from Pit Road down there tonight. We've got a couple of heat races in store for you, and also the 100-lap main event. We want to remind everybody that a $1,900 donation for the purse tonight, donated by Gary Bauer, and thank you very much for such a generous contribution for tonight's activities. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break. When we come back, Cowboy, tune them up, buckle up, and get ready. We're going to go racing. We'll be back just after this. Hi, I'm J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live. Many of you have heard my voice before, calling races from the booth, having fun with the fans, and congratulating winners on any given night during our broadcasts. I want you to hear my voice again, only this time as I invite you to share a very special evening on ETV Live from Talladega Superspeedway for a benefit race on Thursday, July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Have you ever been so hungry that you felt the pain and anxiety, wondering when your next meal will come? How about if you're told that you can't eat when you're hungry and you have to wait? Prader-Willi syndrome is the most common cause of life-threatening obesity in children. It causes them to have uncontrollable urges to eat and feelings of compulsion for hunger all the time. Parents have to lock the kitchen doors and cabinets, put food out of reach, and deny the hunger their child feels. But hunger is the least of the problems, especially left untended. Besides the uncontrollable urge to eat constantly, Prader-Willi syndrome leads to low muscle tone, short stature, incomplete sexual development, and can lead to a stage of obesity that is life-threatening. Sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, here's an opportunity for you to learn about this debilitating illness and at the same time share a fun evening with your family. Please join me Thursday, July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, live on ETV Live for a very special night, and learn more about this rarely publicized illness that affects 1 in 15,000 children annually in the U.S. and how you can help to provide relief. We'll see you then. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, Cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, Cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, Cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
MTCO Communications, dude, I'll tell you what, the only place to get your gaming servers, no contract, month to month. Get gaming tonight with Battlefield 2. Hey, Call of Duty, do it with R-Factor. Arca Sim Racing, dude, I'll tell you what, $49 a month, no better deal anywhere. Remote access, virus filters, remote power cycle, no player limit, no bandwidth, dude. Dedicated servers, hey, do it tonight. Give them a call, 800-859-6826.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. If you're just now joining us, the Prader-Willi charity race is tonight's the event. Tonight's track, Daytona International Speedway. It's going to be consist of 2 heats. We got heat 1, 25 laps. Heat 2, which will consist of 25 laps. These guys will have to be real concerned with their fuel. 50% fuel here, so these guys will have to kind of pit early in Dakota. That's one thing that is real hard to understand is about that fuel strategy.
Yeah, guys, it seems that the sooner you get that back end down, when you put, like, when you run the fuel out of the rear end comes up because there's no weight in the back of the car, but when you put that fuel in it weighs that back end down, so you get that rear end down. But it seems like the sooner you get the fuel back in the car, the quicker you're going to be, is a trick we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I tell you, Dakota, right now, the thing here, Dakota, at Daytona is this tandem draft, and with the trucks, it kind of just like the cars. You know, you got to stay tucked up behind that guy in front of you, and you got to keep on his rear end, or you can easily lose the draft up there.
Yeah, if you fall off, it's going to be bad, because just trying to ride by yourself, if you just try to ride by yourself, you might end up in trouble. You might lose the draft, and then you're just kind of out of luck unless you can get somebody to come back and pull you back up to the field. Riding in the back, especially by yourself, is very dangerous at this point, because this back is flying, and if you get out of it just a little bit, you're going backwards.
Yeah, and Justin, I tell you, another issue tonight is getting on pit road. If these guys have to do green stops, pit stops, then we're going to be looking at possibly some speeding penalties or spins going down into the pits.
Yeah, Mike, the one thing to look out for is drivers locking them up coming off of turn 4 from doing 200 miles an hour to try to get down to the pit road speed limit of 55 miles per hour. These trucks are not running special brake packages like you'd run at the short track. These trucks are running, very thin discs, very small brakes, trying to keep that drag down and the unsprung weight off.
And I tell you, Justin, looking at the grid, the entries of race car drivers in this race tonight at Talladega, a lot of interesting names here, and I'm going through the list, and one that comes to mind, James Howard in that number 4 truck. He's going to have his work cut out for him tonight, guys.
I'll tell you what, Keaton, James Howard was lucky to be able to make it tonight. He almost couldn't make it. Somehow, some way, he is here tonight. And I'll tell you what, only the top 2 positions didn't even have to run the Gatorade duels, or the duels as we call them. And James Howard, he starts on the pole tonight with the fastest qualifying time. I think he only made 1 attempt. This guy is a rocket ship, and I don't know about being concerned, because this guy is really fast tonight.
All right, welcome into the booth, JD.
Took a little bit of extra time down there eating a couple of extra hot dogs. It's going to be a long night here at Talladega for sure, guys. But I'll tell you what, some good stuff coming out of pit road down there. We've got 2 of the best in the West. Justin Rose now calling action with Dakota Irvin down there. And again, I want to thank all of our guests tonight, Ed Peoples, Jan Lee Heineman, Dottie Cooper, Lisa Graziano, who's just right down the road from me, Cowboy, Kate Beaver joining us tonight, Brian Henshaw, and we have got a house full over here in the chat room. Let's get to those folks here in just a minute. But right now, we're going to take it on down trackside. The Cactus Cuties standing by with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof
All right, 43 trucks firing up down there on the start-finish line, Cowboys. Michael, let's go ahead and take them down through the lineup. James Howard starting out on the number 1 position here tonight on the pole on the outside. In that number 2 position, the 97 of Carson Downs.
And the 73 Cat, Jeremy Crandell, and the number 4 position, Jonathan Goke.
Richard Bulmer, he'll be starting in 5th position, and the number 31 on the outside in 6th position, the 33, Rusty Greer.
Starting 7th tonight, Craig White. Outside him in the number 11 truck, Chris Crosby.
Joe Thompson, I've seen this cat before in the 88 on the inside in 9th position. On the outside, Benny Jett in that number 22 machine in 10th.
Starting 11th in the 13th truck, Anthony Ammer. And someone's name that I've seen quite often, JD, Ryan Newman in the number 12, starting 12th.
In the number 8 machine, starting 13th on the inside, Alan Cryer. Byron Daly will be starting in 14th on the outside.
Byron Daly is a DWC driver, JD, and Ronnie Shark Jr. starting right behind him in the number 6 and 15th. 41 belongs to the Scott Miller truck in 16th.
Starting 17th in the 69 truck, Rod McFadden. Mason Baker starting on the outside in 18th.
Christopher Houlihan starting in 19th, and Lance Simone's outside him.
Austin Osborne in 24th position on the outside. Harold Decker in the number 18.
Ricky Jenkins starting 23rd. At 24th, Tony Aldman.
Starting 25th tonight, Chad Coleman. We've seen this cat before, too, in that number 7 machine on the outside of him. Ian Erickson in 26th.
And 27th in the 16, Luke Crutchfield. Outside him, Gary Lou.
Harry Gosling will be starting in 29th position. In 30th position on the outside, Richard Beasley.
Donald Hagan starting 31st. 37th belongs to Jeffrey LaFemme.
Thomas Dukas, he'll be starting in 33rd position. Mike Paradas will be starting 34th in that 15 machine.
Justin Gardner starting 35th. Outside him, the 32 machine of Tyler Stiliota.
Stiluti starting at 37th in the number 39, Dusty Kilmery. And Gary Borio, he'll be starting in 38th position.
And 39th, Nick Ramsey. Outside him, Doug Moore.
Andrew Berger will be starting in 41st position. On the outside, Mark Robertson rounding out your field tonight. Ed Peebles starting shotgun on the field in that number 24 machine. I'll tell you what, Cowboys, pace car getting ready to pull off, make that sharp left-hand turn, head down Pace Road. That's going to be the signal for James Howard to go grab that green flag out of that flagman's hands. And I'll tell you what, Cowboy, we're getting ready for a 25-lap shootout here. They told the flagmen to stay home, Cowboy. We ain't going to need you here for a couple of hours. But remember, here at Talladega, the start-finish line a little bit different than at Daytona. As we go green flag here, start-finish line a little bit further on down the line. James Howard picking it up.
I tell you, James Howard sporting that new iRacerStuff.com Chevrolet here tonight, but it's not going to work for too long. The 97, the 08 out front, JD, early on at Talladega.
25 laps here, Cowboy, and it's all for the marbles here as we got a change for the lead up here in the front. Of course, don't count these Cowboys out yet, guys. 25 laps here at Talladega. That's like about a 50-mile drive down to see your aunt and uncle in Kansas City. But I'll tell you what, out in front with Jonathan Goke and Carson Downs hanging out here for just a moment. We've seen numerous leaders here at Talladega before this is over with. All the way back, looks like pretty much single file until you get back to James Howard in fourth in, I believe, looks like 8th. And yeah, my telemetry still hasn't updated itself here, but James Howard back here in 9th position, guys, starting 2 by 2 up here as we get broken up here in the front.
Well, JD, it's Talladega, and you can go backwards in a hurry, and James Howard, who started on the pole, has done just like that. He is in 9th position, finally found him someone to kind of hook up with, and looks like your race leader right now is Jeremy Crandell being pushed by Richard Bohammer.
And we've got a number of people from the PWS organization watching here tonight, and I'll tell you what, Cowboy, if you haven't seen this before, typically what you're going to see here tonight is a number of different lead changes. Right now, out in front, it's Carson Downs, Jonathan Goke, but that'll only last here for just a little bit. The top line coming along here with, looks like Anthony Elmer up here. He's got some help pushing the 22 machine of Benny Jett to the front, but it ain't over until it's over, Cowboy. 3 laps in the books here, 25 on the board.
Got two different kind of groups here, JD. You got the first group, the top 18 running together. You got the 19th position and on back running in a second group, JD. Kind of split off here on the back stretch as two different groups trying to maintain speed.
And I understand what's going to happen here tonight, Mike. When they get heat race number 1 in the books, they're going to invert the field. We're going to start this thing all over again, Cowboy. As we go 3 wide in the front, going down to tri-oval, 3 wide, 3 rows deep, Cowboy. This is all for the marbles up here. Chris Crosby in the middle in that number 10 machine, threading the needle up here.
And Chris Crosby, JD, working with that pole sitter, number 4, iRaceStuffer.com. Chevrolet looking to rebound from losing that number 1 position out of 2.
All right, they're getting pretty brave pretty soon, but I'll tell you what, there's only 25 laps on the board here for this first heat race. Again, when this heat race is over, they'll invert the field, and we'll start all over again here, Mike, and for another shootout here after this one. But 3 wide, getting wobbly. Oh, 31 car going around up here in the front, and the big one happening right now here on lap 4, guys. Craig White in 5th position, just narrowly escaping that. Let's roll it backwards here and see what happened. They were getting a little bit shaky coming off the turn, Mike.
JD, you ain't kidding, and they are piling up and piling in just behind. John, you're going to have your fingers working 90 to nothing on this one. Huge wreck, JD, in the tri-oval. All kinds of trucks involved.
And it's going to start with the 31 machine up here in the front. Mike, looks like a bad bump draft, and he just gets out of shape. And looks like he might have had some help from Jeremy Crandell back here in the 73 truck. That starts the whole thing working here, but then, you know, at almost 180 miles an hour, you know, you just can't step on the brakes and come to a stop, and they are just all piling into each other going down the front stretch through the tri-oval. So the big one happening here at Talladega.
And got to remind you, JD, that there is no caution, so still green flag here, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, no caution flag. So I'll tell you what, Cowboy, you just get back in the saddle, get on that pony, and go for your ride. As Rusty Greer being shown our leader, and with James Howard in that number 4 machine up here in the front. Now they've got quite a run. It's going to be first and second positions up here with Greer and James Howard. In third and fourth position is going to be Carson Downs and Byron Daly, and they're about 1.2 seconds off the lead. So right now, Rusty Greer and James Howard have a comfortable lead.
And I'll tell you, Byron Daly sporting that Wilco Chevrolet tonight, JD. Real strong race car. He is in the DWC. He's been pushed by Carson Downs, someone that he kind of knows. So we'll see if these guys can hunt down the leader, Rusty Greer and James Howard up in 1 and 2, JD.
You bet. And I'll tell you what, this is nothing unusual. We've seen this before, and this is all this is shootout style racing, Cowboys. So I tell you what, you climb in, you crank it up, and you buckle in tight, because you might be going for an e-ticket ride, and that's just what we saw here at Talladega Super Speedway here tonight. Race number 1, Paint the Yellow charity race here tonight with Prader Willi Syndrome Association. I'll tell you what, Cowboy, ain't no better effort tonight than what we're doing right here with Paint the Yellow. First pit stop coming for a number of these guys right now. We knew this was going to happen. Let's send it on down to pit road with Dakota Ehrman and Justin Rose now. They're coming to you, Cowboy.
Several guys like Craig White coming down pit road, gas and go, just filling that fuel tank up so they can make it to the end. Doug Moore, who started 40th, we talked to him earlier, he fell out of the draft early with some electrical problems on that car. He has moved his way up to 33rd with all this commotion, so not a bad plan for him right now, guys.
One of the guys I highlighted, JD, Tom Moustakis, running in the 41st position, driving the number 10 PWUSA.org truck there. He was involved in that accident there in the tri-oval. Got 4 fresh tires and pulled the fenders out, and he's back underway out on the track, 1 lap down.
Carson Downs coming down. He started second. He's just fuel only and going, just like Gary Bauer coming down. Remember him offering that great big prize money. Nick Ramsey coming down, fuel only, as well as Tony Oldham.
Great report coming off of pit road down there. Dakota Ehrman, Justin Rose. Now, I'll tell you what, Cowboy, big thanks to Gary Bauer for contributing the $1,900 purse for tonight's event. And that's in memory of, I believe it's his wife's mother, Joan Francis, what a loving thing to do here and a very generous thing to do here tonight for the charity event that we're broadcasting live on ETV Live, Cowboy. Ain't no better choice. Rusty Greer, James Howard still holding down positions number 1 and 2 out here in front. And looks like they're pretty much all by themselves for now. 3rd and 4th position, that's going to be Donald Hagen and Anthony Emer on their way down pit road as we speak.
Uh-oh, JD. Looked like Donald got in a little hard. Dakota? I tell you, JD, it looked like Donald Hagen got in pit road a little too hot and heavy. When I checked him at the line, he was doing 65 and a 55. And if you've ever been pulled over by a cop, I'm sure that he'll tell you why you got that little black flag, and that was for speeding.
Yeah, you bet. We'll keep an eye on that situation. But so far, Rusty Greer, James Howard, Ryan Newman, Ian Erickson, Mark Robertson has not pitted yet. Neither has Jeffrey LaPalme. So we still have a number of people who have not pitted yet up here in front, guys. Rusty Greer and James Howard currently holding down the lead as they make their way down pit road. Let's take it on down to Dakota Ehrman and Justin Rose now.
Yeah, they're just going to come down. Fuel only is the call. Just trying to make up as little, only lose as little time as possible on pit road here is the plan. And these guys doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here with the number 33 Carolina Club Chevrolet Silverado, Rusty Greer. Just fuel only and a clean getaway. Look for him to get back out front.
All right, and starting the heat races tonight, guys, 50% fuel load. That's only 9.3 gallons. 18 laps is what they can get off of a tank of gas. That forces them to have to make a pit stop here in the 2 heat races. When we get to the main event, that's a 100-lap race. They'll have a 75% fuel load. That means they'll be able to go 28 laps. But right now, with pit stops underway here, as leads change, now here comes Ian Erickson down pit road. He was being shown our leader. I think what's going to happen here is Mark Robertson being shown in second with Jeffrey LaPalme are going to come around and take the lead, and they certainly do. Down at my telemetry has changed, and that's going to put Ian Erickson back a few as he gets fuel down on pit road. Looks like he got a little bit sideways coming into his pit box, guys.
Yeah, guys, he came in really, really slow. Crew chief telling him to be careful and not tear that car up right now. They thought they had an electrical problem or something going on in that car. They just checked it. 4 tires stopped just to make sure everything's all right, and he's rolling away, guys.
11 laps in the books here at Talladega Superspeedway. 25-lap shootout. This is heat race number 1. And let's check the chat room over here. We want to welcome Amber. I know who that is. Good to have you along. Ben Kay along for the ride tonight. Brad Byron with us. Cassidy, one of ETV Live's biggest fans. Dusty along for the ride tonight here, and Joe, John Forrester watching, JP Carl, Matt Smith watching the race tonight. Just a whole host of them. Michael Conti in the house. We got to get him up here in the booth and put him to work, Cowboy. But Rich B watching, Richard, of course, a whole bunch of them. PWS Karen, she's watching the race here on ETV Live as well. 12 laps in the books. Pit stops underway, Michael. Lots of racing left to do yet.
Yeah, JD, just a little over halfway, I guess you could say here, and there's trouble right behind the leaders, JD, I'm hearing, but again, no caution. If you're just joining us, no cautions here tonight in this heat race, number 1, 25 laps, and 50% fuel here being ran, and I believe that, JD, leaders are tangled getting on pit road.
That's going to be Mark Robertson in that number 21 machine, currently being shown in second position here. I got to pull back on my monitor here, and we'll see if we can't get magic fingers to maybe put it up on the split screen up here. But Mark Robertson coming down, making that transition, approaching the commit line, guys. He's going to get tangled up with, I believe, that's going to be the 34 car of Jeffrey LaPalme. Actually, these are both your leaders, guys. They get tangled up right at the commit cone and start mowing the grass down the front stretch.
JD back out front. There's still some racing going on. Jonathan Goat being shown your leader in that Buffalo Wild Wing Air Force race car. Back behind him, Mike Paradis in second. Rusty Greer, James Howard trying to make a move to the outside coming out of 4, JD.
0.2 of a second separate Rusty Greer from that lead pack up there. As here they come up on the outside, coming through the turn. Now here's the deal, Cowboy. You can only go bumper to bumper behind one another for so long. You got to make that swap and cool these motors down. Let's take it down to Dakota Ehrman real quick. Dakota, how many laps can these guys get before they need to make the swap?
You're looking at 3 to 4 laps, and the longer you go, the more the engine heats up, and the longer it's going to take to cool down. So it's going to become less and less the longer they go, and it's really going to affect them in the main, JD.
All right, then 3 or 4 laps, and that's it, Cowboy. So this is about lap number 2 for Rusty Greer up on the outside. Up here in the front, he's got number 4, James Howard, along with him up here in that iRacerStuff.com Chevrolet Silverado. Challenge for the lead up in the front, Cowboy. It's going to be Goke and it's like to be Goke and Howard on the bottom or on the top up here. 10 to go here at Talladega Super Speedway, guys, and tell you what, it's a challenge for the lead up here with 10 to go. But remember, about 3 or 4 laps, they've got to make that swap, and these guys have been at it now for at least a couple of laps already. Let's step it back here just a couple of more notches. Back in 7th position, Alan Cryer. He's it looks like he's got some help back here from I want to say Chad Coleman.
That's Chad Coleman, JD, another DWC driver.
Chad Coleman, also from, I believe it's a Real Sim Racing, Cowboy, and I tell you what, he drives the number 17 DeWalt truck or car. Oh, Ron Coleman. Sorry about that.
Yeah, JD, that's Chad Cole in the number 17 DeWalt car. I know that car anywhere. Chad Cole, awesome driver. He's not with us tonight, but guess who is? And that's Chad Coleman, another DWC driver, JD.
I tell you what, there's so many of these guys out here, you get them mixed up. But I tell you what, Chad Coleman doing an outstanding job here tonight. He's got it hooked up, trying to move that thing to the front. 13 laps in the book check, Cowboy, at Talladega. So we still got, we're on the downhill side of it here. We've got a few of them still making pit stops here. Of course, they had anywhere from the start of the race up until about lap 19 or so to get those pit stops out of the way. Remember, mandatory pit stop. They've only got about 18 laps or so in the tank, so still got a couple of them stragglers coming down pit road. All right, and here's the number 42 machine with a lot of damage coming down pit road, and that's going to be Mason Baker being shown in 16th position, guys, as his machine is just absolutely smoking. Got to think that's recent damage here, Michael. Going to take a look at it, and it is. Oh! It's back here on lap 16, guys, in about 12th position. The 42 tangles with the 13. They're going 3 wide. It looks like the 42 gets turned, gets airborne, goes for an e-ticket ride. And that's pretty much going to end his night for this first heat race.
JD, I tell you, looking back here in the battle for 14th on up to 12th and 11th here with Carson Downs and Chris Crosby and Byron Daly, that DWC driver, really trying to get into the top 10 here, JD, with about 7 to go or 6 to go here.
Yeah, and as Magic Fingers John Wessling pulls it back up on the eView screen there, you can see what happened to the 42. He gets just completely airborne, does that pirouette in the air, but he's going to come down hard, Cowboy, and that's going to end his night here at Talladega for sure. And I was actually pulling it back, looking at it one more time. The 42 got a pretty good run, huffing and puffing by himself, goes 3 wide. Of course, that was probably the mistake that he made. Tangles with the other car on the bottom down there, and of course still winds up with that e-ticket ride. But out here in front, your leaders, Mike Prader and James Howard, or Rusty Greer and Donald Hagen out in front.
Looking back here in 21st position, JD, and the 20th spot belonging to Dusty Kimmery and Ed Peoples, trying to make some sort of move into the top 20 past Joe Thompson and Craig White. Really running strong here, JD.
5 to go here at Talladega Super Speedway. James Howard, Rusty Greer out in front as they make the swap coming through the turn. That's James Howard and that number 4 machine. These two guys have been working together from the get-go, Cowboy. But Donald Hagen, Alan Cryer in 3rd and 4th position, trying to close the distance on the leaders up here. When they cross the start-finish line, they'll have 4 laps to get that done. Let's take it down to Justin Rose now for an update from pit road. Justin?
The number 15 of Mike Prader, he actually made a mistake on his pit entry. He actually overshot his pit box, but only took fuel, and he left pit road alone. And it looks like his friend in the number 08 Buffalo Wild Wings Air Force truck waited for him on the racetrack. So let's see if they can recover position out there on the racetrack.
Time is running out. 21 laps in the books here. Remember, this is a 25-lap shootout. They told the flagman to take the night off, Cowboy. We won't need you until that 100 lap or a little bit later on. Right now, Rusty Greer, James Howard holding down the fort up here in the front. But I'll tell you something. Looks like Alan Cryer back here with Chad Coleman making a mad dash for the front. Leaders are coming up on lap traffic, Michael. That might slow things down and allow Hagen and Coleman to catch up.
Yeah, I'd say Chad Coleman got that car really glued in, JD. And I'll tell you, if you're just joining us, a huge pileup on lap 3, I believe it was, JD, that took pretty much the whole field got a piece of the action on that one. Really shook things up early on here. But like you mentioned, no cautions here tonight, and Rusty Greer still being shown out front, JD.
You bet. Just about every truck here on the track. There'll be plenty of souvenirs from one end of the track to the other if you want one. But we do have a challenge for the lead up here in the front, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, Donald Hagen, James Howard, Rusty Greer, Chad Coleman, they are just absolutely duking it out up here with 2 laps to go here at Talladega.
Yeah, JD, couple lap traffic, 3 wide, 4 coming through the middle to the lead. JD coming out of 2 on the backstretch.
All right, as this thing starts to wind down, I'll tell you, Rusty Greer, Thomas Dukas up here in the 10 machine on the bottom, Greer and the number 4 up on the top, and the 14 machine, Donald Hagen. These guys have been duking it out here now for a couple of laps, making use of that draft from the lap down cars back here, making a mad dash for the start-finish line. When they get across it, we will get the, I believe, the white flag, Michael.
Yeah, JD, I believe it's 2 to go here.
Two to go.
Yeah, 2 to go. Next time by white flag. Rusty Greer pushing James Howard to the front. Alan Creer, 3rd place. Donald Hagen being pushed by the red car. Tom Moustakis, which is 1 lap down, folks. And the 41 machine sitting in 26 right now. Scott Miller, who's part of that mix, also 1 lap down, JD. So a couple of cars up here in the front, 1 lap down. But nonetheless, some of the leaders up here racing for position.
Providing that ever-needed drafting help here at the 3 wide coming through turn 3, coming off turn 4, going to head down through the tri-oval here, and this will be the white flag lap right here. When they cross the start-finish line, this will be the only one you've got to get the job done as they go 3 wide coming through the tri-oval. Got Alan Cryer up on the outside. Who's it going to be, Cowboy? Donald Hagen picking up the white flag here. This will be the final time around here at Talladega Superspeedway, guys. So this is for all of the marbles right here, right now.
Looks like Chad Coleman being pushed by Allen on the outside. Looks like they got a slight run, JD. 3 wide, 2 deep into 3.
Going into turn 3, 3 wide. I'll tell you what, Cowboy, this is the kind of racing that we've been looking for all night here. Donald Hagen, he's got it right now up in front. He's being pushed by I believe that's going to be the number 10 car, Tom Moustakis back here, guys, as they head down towards the tri-oval here. Hagen and Greer out in front. And it's going to be Hagen and Rusty Greer crossing the start-finish line. Chad Coleman, James Howard in 3rd and 4th, and they're wrecking in behind. All right, and that's going to terminate the first heat race of the night here at Talladega Superspeedway. Donald Hagen picking up the win for heat race number 1 with a good effort by Chad Coleman, James Howard, of course, Rusty Greer with a solid 2nd place finish here tonight. And what a first shootout here, guys.
I tell you, JD, trying to get this row back to get us a nice screenshot for the Facebook page, facebook.com/ETV Live Broadcasting. What a race, man. Donald Hagen, Rusty Greer, all of them. Chad Coleman up front, James Howard, Allen, all for position. Top 5 finishing right there neck and neck, JD.
All right, let's take it on down to pit road for an update from Justin Rose now.
Two of the drivers I led off with tonight here, Tom Moustakis and Heat 1 winner Donald Hagen, they actually found each other after Moustakis encountered lap 3 trouble on the tri-oval there. Those two actually hooked up, and Tom, being the friend that he is, pushed Donald Hagen to the win.
All right, some fantastic racing here in heat number 1. Why don't we go ahead and step away? We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll get ready for a little post-race show here and see if we can't get the top 3 in the booth here and yak with them for just a little bit. So, hey, don't wander off, cowboy. We'll be right back. Hi, I'm J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live, an online simulation autosports broadcasting company. Prader-Willi syndrome is the most common cause of life-threatening obesity in children. It causes them to have uncontrollable urges to eat, feelings and compulsions for hunger all the time, but hunger is the least of the problems, especially if left untended. Prader-Willi syndrome leads to low muscle tone, short stature, incomplete sexual development, and can lead to a stage of obesity that is life-threatening. Sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, Ed Peoples and his daughter Victoria and son Mitchell join me tonight to invite you to attend and to participate in this worthy cause. Ed, just briefly, the lifestyle adjustments that a parent must take, both in the home and psychological, must be very difficult. Please explain to our viewers what it means to have a child with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Thank you very much, J.D. We have a customized kitchen provided by Habitat for Humanity where the doors are locked at all times by a combination-style keypad. We also use a weekly menu posted for her to see so she knows what meals she will be having and the times and the foods and amounts that she will be receiving. As far as our careers, they are a challenge for both parents to work, yet both of us be constantly available for the many doctor visits and the therapist appointments to juggle. As far as the psychological effect, her smiles make all of our challenges and struggles worthwhile to manage on a daily basis. We are very aware of the many other diseases and syndromes and disabilities out there that are much more severe than Prader-Willi syndrome. We feel very fortunate to have an organization like Prader-Willi Syndrome USA to be there in times of need and in crisis. Thanks, J.D.
And Victoria, sweetheart, I don't understand what you feel and how you live with Prader-Willi syndrome because I just don't know a lot about it. So can you tell me and everyone listening, sweetheart, what it's like?
I try to always be happy and my girlfriend.
She's always trying to be happy, and that is very common with her and other children with Prader-Willi syndrome, always smiling. And she does love to communicate with the boyfriend she has in Pittsburgh. She loves with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Very good. And Mitchell, I'll bet you're proud of your older sister. What are some of the things that you do to help?
I try to be a bigger brother even though I'm little. I try to play with her because she doesn't have friends to play with.
Very good. Please join Ed, Victoria, Mitchell, and I, along with many others, on July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, live on ETV Live for a very special night and learn more about this rarely publicized illness that affects 1 in 15,000 children annually in the U.S. and how you can help provide relief. We'll see you then. Hey dude, are you ready to rock and roll? If that's cool, then you need to do it over at HD Radio Network. HD Radio Network, 4 stations broadcasting 24/7 with everything from metal favorites to the 80s classic rock like legendary Leonard Skinner, Electric Light Orchestra, Foreigner, and bone-rattling, skull-crushing rock and roll on hard driving radio. And partnered with Nuff World Simulation Gaming, check out the HD Radio Network's Nuff Radio with Bear Factory, Stone Temple Pilots, Def Leppard, and a whole lot more. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take your pick and rock your brains out, dude. All right, and welcome back to Talladega Superspeedway and the post-race show here for heat number 1. Donald Hagen picking up the trophy for that race. Donald, I'll tell you what, Cowboy, what a run. First lap caution, or actually third lap caution there, pretty much set the rest of the field on fire. How'd you manage to do it?
Just got good work with my teammate, and we avoided that big wreck, and we had to chip away at it to get up there, and we were lucky enough to catch them.
Outstanding, and I heard you had some help getting to the start-finish line. Who was that?
Tom Moustakis. He definitely been my teammate for a while, and I wouldn't have got up there without him.
All right, and one more heat race. I understand they're going to invert the field. You got any strategies for the second race?
Avoid the wreck.
That's a good one. Well, I'll tell you what, good job. Congratulations on the win here tonight. Any shout-out that you want to give?
Just my team in general. Chris and Jack, James, Tom. That's about it.
All right, then good win for the first heat race here at Talladega. I'm going to throw it on down pit road. I believe Michael Keaton has caught up with Rusty Greer.
Yeah, I tell you, standing here with Rusty Greer. Rusty started 6th, not a bad spot to start in. Finishing 2nd, even better. Tell us about your night.
I wasn't much to it there. A lot of people at the start were wanting to drop back, and I didn't know who to push or who to let drop back.
I tell you, Rusty, take us back to lap 3. I don't know if you saw it in your rearview mirror or right in front of you, but it looked like the whole field almost nearly coming to a stop. I think somebody was like, there's the caution flag. No, wait a minute, no caution at all. And took a minute for everybody to get back going. But I tell you, interesting start of a race tonight, don't you think?
Yeah, we'd just done a swap. About got run over. I tried to get out of everybody's way.
Tell you, Rusty Greer finishing 2nd tonight. Going to pass it down to Dakota, who's standing by with Chad Coleman, who might want to argue with James Howard, possibly about finishing 3rd, but who knows? Dakota, you're with Chad.
Chad, how'd you do it, bud? I just got to know, how'd you do it?
It's pretty easy after weaving through it first wreck. That was kind of wild. Just basically never lift and use a little slalom course to get through there. But yeah, got a real good setup. Tanner Stoops did a good job getting us going in the right direction. Me and Alan Cryer hooked up during the race. Pretty good draft. He's a good drafting partner. And just a couple of lap cars intervened there. If it wouldn't have been for that, I think me and Alan would have probably been 1-2 in some fashion. But yeah, kind of looking forward to the second heat race. Got to come from pretty much the same spot I did in that one. So we'll go wide open here and see what happens.
Yeah, you went 3 wide on the outside, and from my knowledge from when I was in the car, the only way 3 wide worked was if you were in the middle. It was like a parachute slowing down the inside and the outside lanes. How did that work for you?
Yeah, when you get to the outside, you got to pin the guy in the middle. You got to get right down on his door. If not, the side draft off of this bottom 2 lines will just kill you. So I had to get up against Rusty right there, and we made a little contact, but that's part of the deal. Made a little contact and wound up rolling across the line. It's all in fun.
Well, there's your DWC driver of the field. I believe there's one more in the field, but we're going to throw it down pit road even further to Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Dakota. I was speaking with Jeffrey LaPalme. He's a fellow dirt racer of mine over here in iRacing now. I spoke with him about what happened there getting on the pit road, and he's actually let me know that the guy that he was actually entering pit road with actually slowed down a lot faster than what he thought, and they ended up locking the front brakes and getting into his friend there, causing him to finish next to last.
All right, good stuff. And I'll tell you what, heat race number 1 in the books, and Donald Hagen picking up the trophy for that one. Rusty Greer, Chad Coleman with solid top 3 finishes here tonight. But back in the booth, Cowboy, I'll tell you what, we've got Brian Henshaw back in the saddle again, and I understand he's been having some communication with one of the guys up here in the booth, and he's pretty excited about this race and stuff. Brian, what do you think, bud?
It's very exciting to watch it. It's so close to the real thing. I mean, the graphics are fantastic, and it was very enjoyable to watch.
Kind of makes you want to climb in and buckle on one of these things and get out here and race, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm thinking about going out and looking at getting a system to hook up and download the software for it.
I tell you what, I bet there's a bunch of guys up here in the booth can probably help you out with all that kind of stuff. But, the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association here tonight, this is why we're here. And, of course, you're a part of that. You were a former vice president of the Pennsylvania PWS chapter. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was vice president for a couple years of the chapter. I've been involved with the chapter since practically my son was diagnosed at 19 days of age with Prader-Willi syndrome, and he actually turns 13 tomorrow, so I've been through a lot and was a board member for a long time, and then decided to become vice president, and now I'm just pretty much sitting and listening and helping out new families with new diagnoses.
And, once the family learns about, the diagnosis in their little one, there's a lot of work ahead, isn't there?
Yes, I mean, when Mikey was first diagnosed at 19 days of age, it wasn't, as Jenna Lee was talking earlier, they don't gain weight in that when they're first born. They have a poor suck, and we had to use a special bottle called a Haberman feeder, which we had to squeeze the nipple to drip the food in the mouth just to simulate that sucking action for him. And now he's on a very strict 1,100 calorie diet just to try to maintain his weight. He got shot up to 162 pounds and 5'3", so yeah, he has that weight gain, which is typical for children of Prader-Willi syndrome.
That's correct, and I've read so much about that, and of course that's the number one most important aspect of dealing with Prader-Willi is the obesity that comes along with it. Isn't that right, Brian?
Yeah, the number one issue is the obesity, but we're also, at this time, I don't know if it's typical teenager defiance or behaviors related to Prader-Willi, because they have a lot of behavior outbursts in that, as Karen was saying earlier about trying to find the right medications that help with the behavior outbursts. And a lot of the outbursts is related to just their drive to get food in that, and it's just incredible how their mind is so totally focused on food. It's like if we ate a Thanksgiving dinner, how we're tired afterwards, they never get that feeling.
Wow, that's I don't know if I can deal with that or not. That'd be a tough life to live for sure, or a tough life to lead. But hey, thanks for joining us here in between races. And joining us tonight, and I got a feeling, Mike, that we might be seeing a new driver out there on the track at any given night.
I'm gonna tell you, Brian, it's the best thing I ever did, the easiest thing I ever did, and I haven't looked back since. So, yeah, there's plenty of people that can help you out with that, Brian. We'd love to have you in the iRacing game.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Sorry about that, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into it, and yeah, you probably have a new racer in the next month or so.
All right. All right, and again, thanks to Brian for joining us up here in the booth in between races. Right now, looks like they've run the practice clock out. They're going to get ready to grid here one more time, Cowboy. This is going to be heat number 2. I believe, Michael, what they've done this time, they have inverted the field. And I believe the leaders from the first race are going to start somewhere near the back this time around.
Yeah, JD, and I think that where you finish in this heat number 2 is where you start in the big dog. So unless I think you were a winner, I think the winner from heat 1 will start on the pole. Is that right, JD?
I believe so. And let's take them on down through the lineup. This race here, heat number 2. Craig White be starting on the pole here tonight in that number 3 machine. On the outside of him, Mike Prader starting in the number 3 position. Ryan Newman in that number 34 machine. Now that's not to be confused with the Ryan Newman. This is the Ryan Newman. In the number 4 position in the 08 machine is Jonathan Goke on the outside. Mike.
And starting 5th tonight, Justin Gardner. Outside him, Jeremy Crandell. And starting 7th, Benny Jett. Outside him, Richard Beasley. And in the number 33 machine, Austin Osborne. Outside him, Andrew Berger.
Ed Peoples, he'll be starting in the 11th position on the inside. On the outside, Dustin Kimmery. Joe Thompson, he'll be starting 13th tonight. Chris Crosby in 14th. In behind them, Carson Downs, he'll be starting in 15th position on the inside. On the outside, it'll be Byron Daly. Gary Bauer, who generously donated the $1,900 purse tonight. He'll be starting in 17th. On the outside in the 42 machine in 18th position, Nick Ramsey, Mike. And starting in 19th position, Alan Cryer.
And then James Howard in that number 4 who finished 4th spot last race is going to be outside him is Chad Coleman who finished 3rd, and Rusty Greer, Donald Hagan who finished 1st outside him. And then starting 24th is Ronnie Shirk Jr. Outside him, Scott Miller. Anthony Eimer in the next row in the 41 truck. The 31 truck on 27th belongs to Richard Balmer. And then in Gary Lou starting 28th in the 38 machine. And then outside him in the 29, the 71 of Christopher Houlihan. And then outside him, the number 5 of Ian Erickson.
Rod McFadden, he'll be starting in 31st position on the inside. Outside him in the number 02 machine, Ricky Jenkins. Harold Decker, he'll be starting 33rd tonight. Doug Moore, he'll be starting 34th position. And in 35th, Lance Simons. Mason Baker, he'll be starting in 36th position in the 77 machine. Tony Oldham, he'll be starting in 37th tonight in heat number 2. Mark Robertson, he'll be starting in 38th. And in 39th position, Tyler Stelluti, Tom Mastukas, who had a good performance helping to push Donald Hagan to the win in heat number 1, starting 40th in the field tonight for heat number 2 as we get set to take the green flag. Harry Gosling, Jeffrey LaPalme, and Luke Crutchfield make up your field as we get ready to take the green flag.
And here we go, JD. Craig White, heat number 2, leading them down 80 miles an hour to the line. Craig White takes the green flag here at Talladega.
Heat number 2, another 25-lap shootout, Cowboy, and they told the flagmen, take this night off. We don't need you until the 100-lap race here in about 25 laps or so. Ryan Newman at 4th position, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, that is not the Ryan Newman, that's the Ryan Newman. Usually drives the number 12 machine on any other night, but having a good run here up in the top 5. Jonathan Goke, who had a top 5 performance in the first heat, he's running at 4th position, or in 3rd position right now on the inside. So you got Goke and White up here in front.
Yeah, I tell you, JD, these guys really going after it outside, trying to start something up. It's the 73 of Jeremy Crandell. Outside him, behind him is Richard Beasley trying to push something to the front here on the outside, JD, as everyone's tucked glued to the bottom of Talladega into 1 and 2.
Yeah, it almost looks like they've settled down here just a little bit more here. The second heat at Talladega, guys. Getting kind of single file here, but taking a risk. It's going to be Justin Gardner, 5th position up on the outside, followed by Benny Jett in the number 10 machine. That's and he's in the 6th position right now, making a run for the front up here on the top.
JD, looks like Jonathan Goke and Mike Pardis to the line here, 1 and 2, 200 miles an hour, going to be entering turn 1 here, JD. These guys got to be careful, though, still with 25 left as they do the switch here. JD, they've got to keep an eye on them engines. They don't want to blow them just yet. They will start blinking, though.
Yeah, 3 wide coming through the turns up here, gone down off of turn 2 on the backstretch. We've got Benny Jett up here. He was up there with... I believe it was Well, now I've lost him, but looks like Benny Jett was having some difficulty there for a little bit. But new leader up here in the front, Mike Prader in that number 15 machine.
Tell you, Austin Osborne, JD just blew by Mark Pardis in the third position. Andrew Berger, now your race leader to the line, JD, in that GSR racing team.
Too bad. My apologize. My telemetry is just a little bit slow here tonight for some reason, but 4 laps in the books here with heat number 2. This is all for the 100-lapper coming up. So where you finish this one is where you will start the 100-lapper coming up, and there's some serious purse money on the line for that. The 11 car 3 wide down the backstretch to 33 in, but on the outside, I tell you, Chris Crosby. This is the second time we've seen him take it 3 wide, and he's going to have some success here. The last time he did it in heat number 1, he wound up airborne. So the 11 machine looking pretty good coming off of turn 3.
And James Howard in the 4, JD, was also in the mix of 3 wide. He's got out of it. He's into the number 4 position. He's pushing Chris Crosby to the line as we speak.
Gary Bauer in the 36 machine, in 36th position, and the 20 car already on pit road, guys. And I already see a little bit of damage on the right rear side of that truck, and it looks like an extended pit stop for him, possibly damage repair, and he's going to go down a lap, if not 2 here. So I believe, I don't think he was wanting to see that pit stop quite yet.
No, JD, and I'm looking at the leaderboard now. Donald Hagen, who started 23rd, he won heat race number 2. He's all the way up to 10th spot right now, JD, or maybe 8th as he just passed 2 more. He's teamed up with Dusty Kimmery to the line.
And this is going to be a mad dash to the front up here, Cowboy. Remember, this is, you know, where you finish here is where you're going to start the next one, and that's for all the marbles here. After this one is over with. 6 laps in the books here for the second heat race of the night, 25 laps. Remember, they started with, I believe, 50% fuel load. That's 9.3 gallons. 18 laps is all they're going to get. So between 0 and 19, you see them come down pit road. And it just depends on when the crew chiefs want to call them down. But right now, Mike Prader and Jonathan Goke, your leaders out here in the front, and not being challenged too much up here on the top side. Donald Hagen working himself forward again, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, in 7th position up making this top side work with the 21, Dustin Kimmery pushing him down the front stretch.
Yeah, leading the charge, Donald Hagen on the outside trying to make something happen. You might see him edge the 15 and 08 this time in 1, JD. They're getting real close to the 4 and 1 as we speak.
Two trucks, always better than a gaggle of them as they come through turn number 2 here down the backstretch. Now they're cutting down using that mid lane, taking advantage of the draft coming off the trucks down there on the bottom. But here's the deal, Cowboy, when you know you get to going on these big plate tracks up here, Mike. You know, the heavy line, 3, 4, 5 trucks in a row working the draft is much heavier than the 2 trucks up top. Making it work for him as the leaders are coming down down the pit road. Now we've seen a bunch of them break off here. That's going to be James Howard heading down pit road with Michael Prader. So leaders coming down pit road. Let's take it down to Justin Rose now and Dakota Ehrman.
Yeah, guys, several guys.
I got the 08 of Jonathan Goke and the 15 of Mike Prader pulling in their box. It looks like they're just taking fuel only and making a quick exit out back onto the track.
Chad Coleman also coming down. Remember, he was running up front. I believe I finished 3rd in the last heat, pitting now with the 97. Looks like he's working with no tires, just fuel only. He's out in the way.
And, you know, when the 08 came out, that's going to be Jonathan Goke. Looks like he got on the throttle just a little bit too heavy, almost sending that thing sideways, was able to catch it. Still working the pit lane down here. Now they have to enter the track on the backstretch, and here he comes. So the 4 and the 08 machine, the 11 and the 4 working together up here. That's James Howard. They're going to go by Goke and make a run for the front here, guys. Let's send it on down to pit road. Justin Rose now for an update.
I got the number 12, your Heat 1 winner, Donald Hagen, making a pit entry all by himself, losing the lead. It looks like he's coming back out on the the straightaway here with Tom Moustakis in tow, looking for another push to the finish here. Donald Hagen took no tires and fuel only, looking to get back out there and take the lead again.
Tony Oldham here in 17th position, guys, in that 36 truck with a lot of damage on the rear tailgate of that PaintTheYellow.com pickup truck. As he peels off, he makes that transition down onto the apron. He'll be coming down pit road, probably going to be fuel only here. Remember, 25 laps, and really tires aren't really going to have a big impact here with such short laps. So I'm sure it'll be fuel only for the number 36 machine. But let's talk about these trucks here a little bit, Michael. I've heard tell that these things are like driving dump trucks down the freeway. So aerodynamics, how much do they really play here with these trucks?
Oh, they are, JD. But I tell you, with the way that the new build for these trucks actually allow for a little more room of aerodynamic play, if you will, I guess. So these guys are still kind of on edge, not near as edge as the Nationwide car or the Sprint Cup car, but the trucks are kind of, just like your ordinary real heavy type, car. So yeah, they push like a truck.
All right, Jeremy Crandell out in front with Justin Gardner. Now, neither one of these guys have been down pit road yet. Remember, they've got 19 laps in order to do it. Rob McFadden, that 69 machine, he has not been down pit road either. And Gary Loft just leaving pit road, so he's good to go. So for a lot of these guys, it's fuel only. About just under a couple of seconds here on pit road. Just a matter of stuffing a nozzle in the intake, dumping the fuel, and then mashing down on the gas, and away we go. So 11 laps in the books here with heat race number 2 at Talladega Superspeedway. And let me tell you something, Cowboy, you're watching it live on ETV Live, the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association charity race here, sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League. Check them out at PaintTheYellow.com, and get over to pwsausa.org and do some research, do your own reading over there, and learn about the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. And I could just leave you with this real quick. If you've ever gone to bed so darn hungry and woke up that way and then told you can't have anything to eat, that's what it feels like, Cowboy. So you need to get over there and read about the Prader-Willi syndrome and find out what it's all about, why we are here tonight having a whole lot of fun. In the meantime, Michael, out in the front, it's still Justin Gardner and Jeremy Crandell. Now, neither one of these guys have come down pit road yet, but 11 seconds behind is 3 and 4. So, with 11 second spread, pit road, you're looking at just a couple of seconds. You think, are they going to have a chance to come out in front of the leaders when they come around?
Well, right now, JD, I've had it whispered in my ear that when they cycle through the pit stops and everyone's pitted, Ed Peoples and Rusty Greer may be your leaders. They are running 15th and 16th right now, JD. So it'll be interesting to see how far they do move up, actually.
All right, and as we keep an eye on the leaders up here in the front who have not pitted yet, that's going to be Gardner and Crandell. And then, of course, almost 11 seconds behind. Let's move it back to third position here. It's going to be Rob McFadden. He's working, looks like he's working by himself. No, he's working with the number 40 machine. That's going to be Scott Miller in 31st position. So I believe Scott Miller is down a lap, if I'm not mistaken, guys.
Oh, Scott no, Miller, JD.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The 6 truck into turn 4 wrecking. He was running 22nd. He tags up with Richard, who was running 24th. About a 3-car or 4-car spin there, JD. Tough break for some guys early on here in heat race number 2.
Looks like just a bad bump drop going into the turn, guys, and also hearing a report that the 38 machine in the wall. Justin, what do you got for us? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I was watching the aftermath of the wreck with Ronnie Shirk Jr. and Gary Lowe. I couldn't see what happened, but it looked like come off the 4 and lost it there down low and smacked. Yep, just smacked the inside wall very hard. Just narrowly missed Shirk Jr.
All right, some action taking place here on the track. Remember, they sent the flagman home here, guys. So they've pretty much locked the gates. They'll let the flagman back in for the 100 lapper here, coming up after heat number 2. So right now, 13 laps in the books. Crandell and Gardner heading down pit road. So here they come, your leaders, Jeremy Crandell in that number 13 machine, heading towards his pit box, and I'm sure it's going to be fuel only for that 73 machine rather, and he'll get back out.
JD, there's a whole gaggle of cars up here right behind James Howard and Chris Crosby. Moustakis is up there, Hagen's up there, Mike's up there, everyone's up there, JD. A huge gaggle of cars in 1 and 2.
Trucks, you bet, trucks. These are trucks, dude, and men drive trucks. But tonight, these men, Rob McFadden, he's being shown your leader up here. Actually, he's running second behind Scott Miller, I believe, right now.
Yeah, Rob McFadden right now, JD. He's teamed up with Scott Miller in the Oklahoma State University truck. He's being shown your race leader as it stands.
Rob McFadden about 19 seconds in front of James Howard, who is the second place truck in that number 4 machine. So this is how it plays out. You know, when you break apart, you know, you find a dancing partner. You know, your crew chief calls you in out of sequence with your dancing partner while you get separated. So Rob McFadden actually being helped by a lap down car to stay out in front. As here comes Rod McFadden down pit road, makes that transition, heading for the commit line, and he's going to make his pit stop. This is 17 laps in the books here, so hoping to maintain a good position here at Talladega. Donald Hagen and Mike Prader will, if it all comes out right, Donald Hagen and Mike Prader have a good chance of picking up the lead, guys. But McFadden's going to only have a couple of seconds to make his pit stop down here and get back out.
Well, right now the 12, JD's got his hands full. The 12 is Donald Hagen, and that's Austin Osborne, who might be your race leader when 69 comes out, and Andrew Berger right behind him, hot in pursuit. Donald Hagen falling back to third.
I tell you what, it's a toss-up down here, Cowboy. You know, you don't know when these guys are going to pit. Some of them working different strategies. You know, some of them only going to come in, the first couple of laps, maybe first 5 laps, and get fueled up and be good to go for the rest of the night. And then others are going to stay out here and, maybe they're thinking that they dump the fuel, burn the fuel off, lighter truck, maybe help them along a little bit faster here. I don't know, but lead change up here in front. Austin Osborne, Andrew Berger 1 and 2 up here in the front with James Howard, Chris Crosby running 3rd and 4th. So anything can happen here as we see at Talladega.
JD, looks like we're shaping up for a good finish. It looks like the first top 7. Hagen in the wall, I'm hearing JD. Hagen in the wall. Donald Hagen.
Donald Hagen hard into the wall. Goes for an E-ticket ride here. Going to roll it back on my monitor, see if I can't pick it up. Looks like he might have got door slammed. Actually, it looks like one of those net code issues, Cowboy, is he gets slammed and sent for an E-ticket ride down the backstretch.
JD, the number 8 position, Rusty Greer, just got turned around, coming out of 4. Another caution involved, Ryan Newman.
All right, and a little bit of action starting to take place here on the field. I've got it pulled up here watching Greer, who looks like he might have a handle on it here. He gets tagged by the 34 machine. Greer looks like he's running. Let me roll it back here just a little bit more. Greer's running on the top side up here, and here comes Ryan Newman on the bottom of that 34 machine, and just barely tags the left rear of Greer and sends Greer into the wall. Of course, major damage to the front of that truck. That's probably going to end his night here with heat race number 2 as well. So the 43 also in trouble with Hagen, guys.
And Andrew Berger, JD, to the lead in that number 28 truck, being pushed by Austin Osborne. Those guys teamed up, just switching back and forth. They'll be switching lead here momentarily, but trying to run them down is James Howard in the number 4 and Chris Crosby sitting in 3rd.
That is the number 4 machine of Howard that dives up towards the front along with the 11. 11 cuts up in front of him, the 28. Andrew Berger going to go motor and ride on past here, guys. Not quite sure what these guys were thinking up here. It could have been that they were looking for that swap to cool those motors down, guys, but James Howard jumping up to the top. The 11 car, Chris Crosby jumping up in front of him here. Austin Osborne and Andrew Berger, your current leaders. 4 laps to go here in heat race number 2 at Talladega Speedway.
Yeah, Chris Crosby back out toward the front, JD, but maybe not for long because Austin Osborne and Andrew Berger trying to work together.
Working through some lap traffic here, guys. Pretty much a threesome, 3 wide coming off of turn 4 here just a little bit. That was lap down traffic as Chris Crosby working with Dustin Kimry try to put it together here. Or, I mean, actually James Howard, I'm sorry. James Howard and Chris Crosby being shown your leaders. So getting down to the wire here, Cowboy. Just 3 more to go.
And now, JD, what seems to be the topic of the night, lead change. Now your race leader is Austin Osborne and Andrew Berger back out towards the front as they put Chris Crosby and James back in 3rd and 4th.
All right, let's take it down to Dakota Herman one last time for an update. Dakota?
Guys, the idea behind them switching right there is they don't think they have to switch again. The leaders right now have to switch. As they're going to switch, you're going to see James Howard and Chris Crosby go right by and never look back. Or they're going to switch again.
Dakota, it looked like they both switched at the same exact times. Both pairs of tandems both switched at the same time as James Howard tucked in behind Chris down the front stretch with 2 to go this time by, JD.
Austin Osborne and Andrew Berger out in front. I'll tell you what, they're being run down by Chris Crosby and James Howard. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a terrific finish. Look for that Kodak moment at the start-finish line as they come around 2 by 2, Cowboy, for the white flag.
Rocketing down the backstretch in the truck at 200 miles an hour. Race leader number 11, Chris Crosby, lead them into 3, JD. Will he have the momentum to carry him on to the checkered finish?
You bet. As they head for the start-finish line, they'll be picking up the white flag, and this is it, Cowboys. This is all for the money right here. You got to get it done on this lap, or you ain't going to get it done at all. As Andrew Berger picked up the white flag tonight, here comes the 11 up on the outside. They got roughly 2.5 more miles to go, Cowboy, before this thing is over with. And I tell you, it ain't over until the fat lady sings, and the band is starting to play, Mike.
Yeah, and JD about 4/10 away is Mike and Jonathan Goke in 5th and 6th position. Not sure if they got the speed to get there. They're doing 201 down the backstretch into 3, JD, 2 wide.
James Howard looking to possibly put that thing up in the front, but I tell you what, he's got a twosome up here in front of him, the 28 on the bottom, and his dancing partner right now up on the top, but coming off of turn 4, heading down the front stretch, it's going to be a Kodak moment at the start-finish line. It looks like Chris Crosby is going to push to the lead up here. Oh, takes a hit. The 11 is going to cross the start-finish line. It's going to be Chris Crosby.
Andrew Berger, JD, who was running 5th in the outside wall, hung up in the wall. Not going to be able to spin across the finish line.
All right. I'll tell you what, you know, when it gets close coming down the front stretch, I mean, these guys are buddies for the first 24 laps, but I'll tell you what, Cowboy, I don't know who you are on the last lap because I'm going to go for it, and that's exactly what these guys did. So, hey, it ain't nothing but racing here as they head for the checkered flag. But Chris Crosby, Mike Prader, Jonathan Goke going to pick it up here for heat number 2, Cowboy. So this one's in the books. Now, the finish order, this is how they're going to start. So, unofficially, Chris Crosby should be starting on the pole in the 100-lapper here, coming up here just momentarily.
Good win, JD, for Chris Crosby, and that Prader wheel syndrome still hungry for a cure. Chevrolet, he'll be in victory lane momentarily.
broadcast. Why don't we go ahead and step away? We'll take a quick commercial break. You're watching live ETV Live, Cowboy. The Paint the Yellow charity race for Prader-Willi Syndrome Association here on ETV Live. So don't wander off. We'll be right back. Hi, I'm J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live, an online simulation autosports broadcasting company. Prader-Willi syndrome is the most common cause of life-threatening obesity in children. It causes them to have uncontrollable urges to eat, feelings and compulsions for hunger all the time, but hunger is the least of the problems, especially if left untended. Prader-Willi syndrome leads to low muscle tone, short stature, incomplete sexual development, and can lead to a stage of obesity that is life-threatening. Sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, Ed Peoples and his daughter Victoria and son Mitchell join me tonight to invite you to attend and to participate in this worthy cause. Ed, just briefly, the lifestyle adjustments that a parent must take, both in the home and psychological, must be very difficult. Please explain to our viewers what it means to have a child with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Thank you very much, JD. We have a customized kitchen provided by Habitat for Humanity where the doors are locked at all times by a combination style keypad. We also use a weekly menu posted for her to see so she knows what meals she will be having and the times and the foods and amounts that she will be receiving. As far as our careers, they are a challenge for both parents to work, yet both of us be constantly available for the many doctor visits and the therapist appointments to juggle. As far as the psychological effect, her smiles make all of our challenges and struggles worthwhile to manage on a daily basis. We are very aware of the many other diseases and syndromes and disabilities out there that are much more severe than Prader-Willi syndrome. We feel very fortunate to have an organization like Prader-Willi Syndrome USA to be there in times of need and in crisis. Thanks, JD.
And Victoria, sweetheart, I don't understand what you feel and how you live with Prader-Willi syndrome because I just don't know a lot about it. So can you tell me and everyone listening, sweetheart, what it's like?
I try to always be happy, and my boyfriend.
She's always trying to be happy, and that is very common with her and other children with Prader-Willi syndrome, always smiling. And she does love to communicate with the boyfriend she has in Pittsburgh. She loves with Prader-Willi syndrome.
Very good. And Mitchell, I'll bet you're proud of your older sister. What are some of the things that you do to help?
I try to be a bigger brother even though I'm little. I try to play with her because she doesn't have friends to play with.
Very good. Please join Ed, Victoria, Mitchell, and I, along with many others, on July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, live on ETV Live for a very special night and learn more about this rarely publicized illness that affects 1 in 15,000 children annually in the U.S. and how you can help provide relief. We'll see you then. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980. All right, and we are back live, Talladega Superspeedway, for a night of racing with Paint the Yellow charity benefit race tonight for Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. And Chris Crosby picking up the trophy for the second heat race tonight. I hear you understand you started 14th, managed to put that thing to the front. Tell us how you did it, bud.
To tell you the truth, I don't have a clue, man. We started about mid-pack, I want to say, a little closer to the front than I thought. I think the pit stop really helped. We were all tight up there battling real quick off the jump, and I think our pit stop was really what got us a little separated. But with Goke and Mike and Donald and Tom, all those guys, you know, they're excellent pitters, excellent super speedway drivers, and I knew it was going to be real exciting there.
You know, a couple of heat races, 25 laps each. I know that they cut you back on the fuel, 50% capacity, about 9 gallons. Did you come in with any kind of a strategy?
No, the main thing I was trying to concentrate on, to tell you the truth, was getting in and out as smooth as possible. I set it up for 3.4 there. Whatever lap it was, I pitted on, just hoping that was going to be enough to get me to the finish, and it was. But I just want to thank you guys at ETV, everybody with the that's donated for this event. It's a great cause, and I'm just thankful to be a part of it.
All right, again, congratulations on the win. That's Chris Crosby picking up the trophy for the second heat race of the night. I'm going to throw it on down pit road. I believe Michael Keaton has caught up with our second place winner tonight, Mike Pratis.
Hey, Mike, good finish tonight. Started second, finished second. Tell us about your night.
Yeah, well, I was working with Jonathan, and we had a strategy, and it just about paid off.
I tell you, Mike, any word on where you're going to be starting in the big money race?
I'm not sure. Does that put me second, or?
Well, that's what we're trying to still get word. If you're starting, if the two winners get to start on the first row, and then you start the second row and third. So, but you did finish second in the heat race number 2. Who knows? You might be on that outside. But third probably wouldn't be a bad start either, Mike. So, you got anybody you'd like to thank?
Just my teammates, Jonathan Koch, who worked really well together, and Joe Thompson.
All right, Mike. Good luck in the 100-lap race main feature tonight.
Thanks.
All right, going to toss the mic on down to Justin. He's standing by with Jonathan Goke, your third-place finisher.
Yep, I'm standing by just outside the Infield Care Center with the driver of the 08 Buffalo Wild Wings Air Force Chevrolet Silverado, Jonathan Goke. Jonathan, if you could, describe to me what happened there coming through the tri-oval.
Well, I saw James go to poke his hose out. I guess he was running just a little bit hot. He wanted to finish, and I saw a hole. There was a little bit of net coat. I could have been a little bit more precarious, but I tell you what, it was just I saw a hole. I went for it. I do apologize to James because I know him and Chris are just having a great race together. Because if there's anybody I want to race with, it's definitely those two. When me and Mike came out of the pits behind him, like, oh man, we know we're gonna have a chance to win this race because those two are always at the front.
Yeah, just describe to me what your strategy is. Should you be starting, was it 4th or 6th or somewhere there, right up there about the top 6 spots?
Well, if me and Mike do happen to start, we should be pretty close together. Our strategy is maybe pit as, I'm sure there'll be an early caution. Hopefully not, but there's always a chance super speedway racing. We'll pit and then pit again and try to get at the back, and we're probably going to ride for like the first 70 or 80 laps just so we can at least be there at the end, because if you're not there at the end, what's the point of racing?
So is your crew going to be able to get the truck put back together in time to make this one a 100-lap feature?
Oh, I'm sure the Buffalo Wild Wings going to put some blazing wings in their system, and they're going to be good to go.
All right, Jonathan, before you get out of here, I know you got some guys to thank. Why don't you go ahead and give them a big shout-out?
Man, I want to thank the entire crew at F&D. We got Chris Monster on that show over there with Jason Yacht, Dave Swindell, Joe Thompson, Joseph Wright, Josh Hall, everybody in the F&D racing. They are definitely the premier Super Speedway racing series, and it's a pleasure to race with them every Friday night.
Back to you, JD.
All right, we're getting set for the 100 lapper here tonight, and some new strategy these guys are going to have to work with. 75% fuel load, Mike. That's going to give them about 28 laps, so we're probably looking at about 3 pit stops.
Yeah, I tell you, JD, it's going to be interesting to see how the pit stops do play out. And back in action, back in the stand tonight, JD, is that pit? What do you call him? The flagman, I guess.
Yeah, the flagman. They opened up the gate, and let the flagman back out onto the track, guys. So we'll have full flags here at Talladega for the 100 lapper.
The Grand Marshal, huh?
All right, and we've got a couple of minutes to go here. We're going to see if we can't get one of the ladies with PWS with us back in the booth here for just a minute, but kind of running out of time here a little bit. 100-lap race coming our way here on ETV Live, put together by Paint the Yellow Racing League, and I'll tell you, you got to check these guys out, painttheyellow.com. And, of course, the benefit race tonight for Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. And we're pleased to be here. Real quickly, let's go to Dottie Cooper joining us here tonight. Dottie, you know, if you had 30 seconds to tell anybody what this is all about, you've got it right now.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Prader-Willi syndrome is just a difficult situation for kids and families to manage. But it really has to do with a low metabolic rate, but a drive for food that is difficult to impossible for the person to control. So it's a double-edged sword. They need a very low caloric intake, but they want to eat much more than a person normally would eat, and they have no control over it. It has to be just managed by being surveillance over the individual. It's a constant battle between the caregiver and the person with Prader-Willi syndrome. But when properly managed, then they can live a happy and fulfilling life. They just have to have constant supervision.
Very good. Thank you very much, Dottie, for sharing that with us here. And, of course, you know, you can see it up on the screen there, Prader-Willi Syndrome Association, sponsored by Paint the Yellow tonight. Get over and check it out, pwsausa.org. Click on the link and learn about Prader-Willi syndrome. Dottie, thank you very much for joining us up here in the booth tonight. We're getting ready to go back to racing here, so enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
All right, that's Dottie Cooper from the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. She's the interim executive director of PWSA, guys. So we've got some important people here sharing our time here tonight with us. And Michael, I think, what do I hear? I think I hear some motors firing up.
Yeah, JD, these guys getting out on the track, anxious to get going here. 100 laps at Talladega, and it's all for the cause, JD.
You bet. Buckling in one more time, Cowboy. And I'll tell you what, this is for all the marbles. $1,900 purse on the line here tonight, generously donated by Gary Bauer. In memory of Joan Francis. I believe that was his wife's mother. I'll tell you, that's a very kind thing to do, and very generous. And thank you, Gary Bauer, very much. Starting out on the pole for the 100-lapper here tonight, he won the second heat, Cowboy. That's what put him up there. Chris Crosby in that number 11 machine. Mike Proutis on the outside in a number 15, Mike.
And I tell you, JD, starting in third, Jonathan Gope. We heard from him in the race interview just moments ago, and outside him, Austin Osborne.
James Howard, he'll be starting in fifth position on the inside. On the outside, in number 6 position, Chad Coleman.
Carson Downs starting in the 7th position. Outside him, Richard Beasley.
And Joe Thompson, he'll be starting in the top 10, number 9 in that 22 truck. On the outside, in the 10th position, Jeremy Crandell.
And a name mentioned most often with winning in the Truck Series is Byron Daly, starting in 11th. Outside Byron's going to be Justin Gardner.
Anthony Elmer, he'll be starting in 13th position, and number 41 in 14th on the outside, Ed Peoples.
Someone to keep an eye out for, JD. Ryan Newman starting in the 15th. 16th belongs to Nick Ramsey.
Mark Robinson starting 17th. 18th belongs to Tony Oldham.
Rod McFadden starting 19th. Outside him in the 77 machine, Mason Baker.
Jeffrey LaPalme, he'll be starting in 21st position. On the outside in 22nd, Craig White.
Ian Erickson starting 23rd. Outside Ian's going to be Andrew Berger in the 24 machine.
Alan Cryer, he'll be starting in 25th position on the inside. On the outside in 26th position, Doug Moore.
Donald Hagan, who won heat number 1, starting 27th. Outside him, Harold Decker.
And Tyler Staludi, he'll be starting in 29th position. In 30th on the outside, Richard Bulmer.
Starting 31st, Lance Simones. Outside him, Scott Miller.
And Luke Crutchfield, he'll be starting in 33rd position in the number 29. In 34th on the outside, the 02 of Ricky Jenkins.
Behind Luke Crutchfield in the number 28 machine, Dusty Kermy. Outside him, Tom Moustakis.
Ronnie Shirk Jr., he'll be starting in that number 6 machine. In 37-38 belongs to the number 39 of Gary Bauer.
Harry Gosling in the 39th position, JD. In number 40 position, Rusty Greer.
Benny Jett starting in 41st position. 42nd belongs to Gary Loft. Bringing up the tail end of the field, Christopher Houlihan. Back out in front here, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, Chris Crosby looking to pick up his second green flag here tonight, I believe. Or no, this will be his first green flag of the night here from Talladega as we get underway for 100 laps of racing with the flagmen at Talladega Superspeedway.
JD, 43 trucks, 100 laps at Talladega. This is anybody's ball game. From the 43rd position to the first position, anyone can win it.
You've got single file all the way back to 5th position back here, guys. That's going to be James Howard. Oh, a little bit of shake-up up in front, Cowboy. Is everybody on the front of Howard backing off the throttle? A little bit of an issue. If I can't roll it back, or I believe it was going to come out of the 08 machine. Jonathan Goke having some troubles trying to get back in the throttle as they come motoring past him on the top side. That's going to be Richard Beasley in the number 10 machine, currently being shown in 9th, but as soon as they cross the start-finish line, it'll be a lot closer to the front than that. But right now, first lap in the books here at Talladega, 100 laps on the board. This is for the big one, Cowboy. A $1,900 purse. I believe it's a $500 winnings going to the winner here tonight, and things looking pretty sharp up here in front, guys.
JD just saw the number 33 machine of Ed Peoples scrape the wall just a little bit. Probably got a little scratch on the right side, but he's okay. He's trying to fall in line. He stands 17th right now going into 3, JD.
Oh, a little bit of shake-up up here in the front. Looks like Goke having a hard time up here. 8th position, guys. Goke getting a little wild coming through the turns. It might have been a bad bump trap, but Goke almost losing it. Manages to get it back, hanging onto that steering wheel. Now he's working with Joe Thompson. We've seen what Joe Thompson can do at these super speedways as well, guys. But Joe Thompson taking a little bit of damage on that right rear tailgate of that number 22 machine.
JD looking at Chad Coleman in the 10th spot along with Carson Downs. They've been hooked up in both heat races. They haven't been mentioned in the top 5 in any, though. Look for them to try to do something here in the 100-lap race.
You bet. Anthony Elmer back here in 11th position, guys. Pretty much single file from the leaders on back here. You know, I got a funny feeling that the rest of these guys back here just kind of settling in here. They get kind of scattered up in front. I can just hustle back up in the front here and see what happens. Caution coming out here, guys. First caution of the night. I'm hearing it's the Scott Miller machine, or the 21 truck, guys.
Yeah, JD, it was Scott Miller, the 21 Oklahoma State University truck, running 38th, but it might have happened in front of him, JD, now that I go back. Like Gary Bauer involved, JD. Gary Bauer involved also, running 30th. And it might have come from the Luke Crutchfield truck up in 36 in the 29 is what started this, I believe.
Yeah, I'm hearing that might be Donald Hagen, guys. In fact, I think I've caught up with a whole bunch of it. Yeah, Donald Hagen here in 32nd position. John is coming down the backstretch, going into turn 3 here. Things get a little bit wild up here. And actually, I think that what happens is there's a truck in front of him, the 02. Ricky Jenkins goes way up high, tags a wall. And I think the 39 truck kind of backs out of the throttle. It's going to be Gary Bauer. And of course, it's the accordion action. That's going to bring Donald Haggard right into the back of the 30 car and start that chain reaction to the back.
Yeah, JD, multiple cars involved, but you will see them come down pit road. And in fact, couple leaders coming down pit road now. It looks like Byron Daly, Mike Partis, who was leading the race, down pit road, Dakota. Justin, down pit road, we got the number 91 of Byron Daly, Richard Beasley. Right side's going up on that number 10 machine, JD, of Richard Beasley. Not sure if he's taking all 4 or not. It'll be 4 tires and gas for him. Mike Partis, your race leader, also 4 tires, JD. Looked like a lot of trucks early on coming down getting 4.
You've got a little bit of action taking place down on pit road. I think we might finally make contact with Dakota. Dakota, what you got, bud?
Yeah, guys, sorry, I was trying to get something hooked up. I got a radio connection with James Howard right now. He had something he wanted us to kind of throw out at the beginning of the broadcast, and I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to get it out there, James.
Well, I just wanted to throw out that Richard Lane, Lane Sim Products, donated a button box for us to do a raffle with this charity event. And on our website, charity.painttheyellow.com, there's a button up top that says Button Box Raffle. $2 for a ticket to enter. It's an awesome button box. They're all metal, steel button boxes with the most highest quality parts. So, you know, it's a really, really good deal. All the money goes to a really good cause. So I just wanted to, you know, to make sure everybody knew about that.
All right, well, thank you, James, and trying to get back up front. Hopefully we'll see him up front, guys, as we're going to let him get back off and get back on the radio with his teammates here.
Good luck, James.
Thanks, guys.
All right, James Howard, that's a pretty cool deal. Raffle for that button box happening. Check it out on the website. But I'll tell you, first caution in the wind here. Why don't we go ahead and step away? We'll take a real quick commercial break. You're watching live, ETV Live Cowboy, live from Talladega Super Speedway. Don't wander off. We'll be right back. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, Cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, Cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, Cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
MTCO Communications, dude, I'll tell you what, the only place to get your gaming servers, no contract, month to month. Get gaming tonight with Battlefield 2. Hey, Call of Duty, do it with R-Factor, Arca Sim Racing, dude. I'll tell you what, $49 a month, no better deal anywhere. Remote access, virus filters, remote power cycle, no player limit, no bandwidth, dude. Dedicated servers. Hey, do it tonight. Give them a call, 800-859-6826.
All right, we are back live here at Talladega Super Speedway. First caution cut off here just a little bit ago, guys, and Hagen involved in that one, along with a couple other cars. How about trucks, dude? They're trucks, Cowboy. Look out your freaking window, can't you see them? But I'll tell you what, we are here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to have some fun with Prader Willi Syndrome Association and Paint the Yellow Racing, painttheyellow.com, sponsoring a benefit charity race here tonight. Hey, you need to find out some more information. You can click on that donate link down there right underneath the player window. if you're watching it from either one of the live pages here from ETV Live. But if not, then you know, the old www thing, pwsausa.org is where it's at. Pace car pulling down. He'll be going down pit road here, and Chris Crosby, he's going to pick up the green flag here again on a restart.
Yep, Chris Crosby and that iRacerStuff.com deal Chevrolet to the lead. Behind him, James Howard running that Paint the Yellow iRacerStuff.com Chevrolet, JD.
You bet. Joe Thompson up on the top side up here. He's got a little bit of help coming off the 41 as we come off of turn 2, heading down the backstretch, guys. 7 laps in the books, 93 more to go here at Talladega. So settle in, settle back, you know, get the cold one out, get your snacks, and let's go racing, cowboy.
Yeah, I tell you, JD, a ton of laps to go here. You'll see a lot of guys try to hang out in the back. And one that I'm looking at, or a tandem that I'm looking at, is Chad Coleman and Carson Downs. Not sure if Dakota's got any word on what their plans were, but I can probably guess as they're running in the back, it's just to kind of hang out in the back, wait for that big one, JD. Remember, in Heat Race 1, there was a big one. 20 plus 30, 40 cars involved, so trucks involved.
Yeah, you bet. I tell you, looks like these guys are driving with a bit of caution here right now, guys. Looks like they're just kind of cruising around, looking for a dancing partner here, getting hooked up, nose the bumper here a little bit, working that draft. Almost 200 miles an hour coming off of turn 4 here, heading down the front stretch all together here. So it's not as much about position right now. That'll come a little bit later on. Right now, it's just a matter of kind of holding your own, you know, staying as close to the front as you can. Let's take it on down to pit road. I believe Justin Rosenell's got an update for us. Justin?
Guys, while we went to commercial, I spoke with Donald Hagen and Tom Listakis in 19th and 20th position there, and their strategy is to get to the front as fast as possible, or they're trying to drop back and wait for the big one.
And speaking of big one, Justin, the 39 Gary Bauer e-ticket ride. He was running in the 30th position, JD. Multiple cars involved. Caution is out.
Caution number 2 here, and I'll tell you what, cowboy, I just caught up with it on my monitor, the 39 machine back here in 30th position, and he just absolutely goes for an e-ticket ride, but I don't think it was his fault. He had some major help out of 12 machine. Let's send it on down to Magic Fingers John Wessling for the E-Wine.
Yeah, guys. There we go. There, guys, are coming around the turn here. Big gaggle of cars or trucks, and you just got to come down and tag him, and boy, is he ever going to take an e-ticket ride. He takes a hard look at the outside wall, and that pink paint the yellow machine is tore up.
Look at the old slow-mo over there on the E-Wind over there. I tell you what, that was absolutely an e-ticket ride. I'm watching it again here, Mike, and this thing all starts with the 12. I'm not quite sure, you know, any other circumstances might have looked like a tire going down on the 12 truck up here as he kind of drifts up to the outside wall and then just immediately comes all the way across the track right into the side of Gary Bauer. So not quite sure what was going on with the 12 machine.
JD, in my opinion, I think he just got up in those marbles and got a little loose and just lost complete control as you saw him come straight down into the 39. And nothing really anyone could do to avoid that one, JD. Just a bad circumstance. And these guys do have one reset, so they're able to come back down pit road and get a fresh car just in case something like that does happen. But wow, looking at the E-Wine machine, that 39 got some air, JD. A 10 from the American vote over here.
I tell you what, it almost looked like the motor blew in midair too, guys. Seen a huge puff of smoke come out from under the hood of that 39 machine as he was airborne here at Talladega. All right, that's going to be caution number 2 here for the night, guys. 9 laps in the book, so they're coming a little bit close together here tonight. But that did bring a few of them down pit road.
Guys, I just spoke with Jonathan Goke in the 08 Buffalo Wild Wings truck, and he said he is about shaking scared from just narrowly missing the 39 truck.
Doug Moore come down that time, 2 tires and fuel. He's just trying to make it on 2 more stops right now. And from right now, he is good to go on 2 more stops. Just the way the fuel game is playing out, everybody else needs to make, well, quite a few stops.
All right. Action happening here at Talladega Superspeedway. Why don't we go ahead and step away? We'll take another commercial break, Cowboy. You're watching live, ETV Live. Ain't no other choice. Live from Talladega Superspeedway, so don't wander off. We'll be right back. All right, we are back live here at Talladega Superspeedway, working caution number 2 here, guys, and coming a little bit close together here. 12 laps in the books, Mike. Still a lot of racing left to do here tonight for the 100-lap main event.
Yeah, a ton of action left to go here, JD. We're just getting started, 12 laps into this thing, 83 to go, and I think we got plenty of more action to go.
You bet. Pace light, or the light's still on top of the pace car here, still blinking, so when they come across the start-finish line, this time the lights will go out. That's a signal for 1 to go, and they'll get lined back up again, and we'll get set to go back to green. James Howard out in front with Austin Osborne, Chris Crosby, Mark Robertson, and Justin Gardner, your top 5 on this restart. Checking the chat room over here like we always do. ETV Live, always a fan interactive broadcast network. Amber, of course, I know who that is. She's probably sitting on the couch feeding popcorn to her husband. That's going to be the Batman himself, Michael Keaton. Bank watching the race tonight. Cassidy, always good to see Cassidy in the chat room. I think that's the one of the biggest ETV Live fans to date so far. And then, of course, Ed watching the race, H-A-R Ed, H-A-R-Z-K. I'm not quite sure what that means. Jerry watching the race tonight. John Forrester, June Peoples, Matt Smith in the house, Cowboy, Net 7364, Orlando, Papa Mike 724, Pops N, and, of course, Ronnie R. I think that's going to be Ronnie Royal in the house, Cowboy, watching the race here tonight. So, having some fun here at Talladega. Michael, what do you got, bud?
JD, just wanted to mention some of the supporters tonight. You just mentioned Papa and Nana supporting this fun and cause tonight, JD. You got June and Joel, Randy Crosno, Jess Ledford, Mark Fadden, I believe he's in this race, and Captain John Guido Mora, Stephen Lutz, Tug, and Doug Hevron. Hey, I know Doug Hevron. He's an old NASCAR driver from the good old days of NASCAR. And Troy Eaton, thank you so much for donating, and it's not too late. Still plenty of time to donate. This race is far from over.
Outstanding. And, I forgot to mention early on, guys, completely slipped my mind. This race is actually being broadcast as well over at the racedepartment.com. Race Department, formerly Race Sim Central, but now racedepartment.com. It's also being broadcasted over there, and I apologize, I do not have it up, so I can't yak with anybody who might be in the chat room over there. But a big thank you for Race Department for putting that article up on the main page that I sent to them about this race tonight. James Howard getting set, buckled in tight, going to pick up the green flag here on the get-go. Austin Osborne up on the outside as we get back racing here at Talladega.
Nice and easy, JD. That says James Howard to Chris Crosby, who's right behind him for the lead.
All right, 2x2 up here on the top with Mark Robinson as they duck down in behind the leaders. That's going to be up here about the 5th position, guys, but kind of spreading out all over the track here. 27 machine up on the top. That's Justin Gardner running by himself. Hasn't quite found a dancing partner here yet, and if he doesn't find one soon, he's going to be left behind unless he pulled up, which a lot of these guys are going to do. They're going to pull up out of the way, look for their dancing partner to come along, hook up with them, and get the motoring down the track. But the 24 car also running along here on the bottom. The 24 car, that's going to be Andrew Berger down here, guys.
JD, just an idea of what the without the draft, your truck will only go about 185, 186 by itself, maybe a little bit more than that depending on the setup. But you got to have somebody to draft with. That tandem hookup can get you about 196 up to 201 miles an hour. So you definitely need someone to hook up with. Even if you don't know the guy, you got to find somebody. Find somebody to leech on to, and then later on, then hook up with your teammate.
Anthony Elmer up here in the 8th position, Mike. He's got a gaggle of cars in behind him as they catch up to the 27 and company up here in the front, 24 on the bottom. But behind Anthony Elmer is Ryan Newman. We know Ryan Newman from a couple of previous broadcasts. I'll tell you what, Cowboy, this is one that sneaks up on you and you don't even know he's there. But running in 9th position, drop back here just a couple of notches. Ed Peoples, they're going 3 wide back here, coming off a turn 2 down the backstretch. Ed Peoples up on the top side in that 33 machine, going 4 wide down the backstretch as we get heated up here on lap 16 at Talladega.
Yeah, couple 3 deep 3 wides there, JD, as they kind of settle back down. And I'm going to tell you something, that Caterpillar machine 31 car had a huge run. He was in the middle of that 3 wide action, JD. And it looks like Byron Daly pushing 3 wide to the tri-oval. They touch. 91 almost loses it, but gathers it back in.
Whoa, there's a Kodak moment right there, Cowboy. Good hands move of the night right there, able to hang on to that machine. No caution as he gets it straightened back out. That may be worth a second look, see if we can't get Magic Fingers to run that one back on the old multi-screen there, the old eView screen.
91, that was a 91 truck of Byron Daly. Hands move of the race award so far, JD, I tell you, he knows how to hang on to a truck.
You bet. That's going to be it's going to be on lap 16, guys. A 91 truck coming down the front stretch here, right in the middle of them. I'm actually looking at it again by my monitor. That is some terrific driving out of Byron Daly in 14th position as he gets a knock by the 88 machine on the bottom down there. Almost losing it, manages to hang on to it off the throttle and staying out of trouble in the middle. That's hard to do, Cowboy.
Yeah, JD, and nevertheless, 91, Byron Daly, 3 wide again, down the backstretch.
I tell you what, this guy's looking to thread the needle no matter where he's at. He's got that thing pointed forward, got the 36 machine, I believe it's a 38 machine up on the top. Thinks twice of that 3 wide stuff, takes a position on the bottom down here, but he's taking a peek up the middle between the 73 up here, coming down the front stretch off of turn 4.
Yeah, he's going to have to get hooked up here with somebody, JD. Either the 41 machine of Anthony or the guy behind him, Ed Peoples, running that Prader-Willi syndrome car. Looks like he's gonna get hooked up here with Ed Peoples. He's got to get tangled up with someone. But I tell you, Byron Daly really willing that race car.
You bet. And I'll tell you what, Cowboy, from the restart, you'd probably think this was about lap 98 or so is the way these guys are taking it. But Byron Daly certainly doing a terrific job trying to move that 91 up to the front. Let's take it back a couple of more notches, Cowboys. 7th position back here, 27 truck of Justin Gardner working that top side with Jeremy Crandell as they go 3 wide again. Oh, they're wrecking the center. He takes a big hit, and it's going to send the rest of the pile in back of him into the wall.
Oh, JD, that's going to send the 30 truck hard into the inside pit wall there. That's Donald Hagen, huge pile up coming into the tri-oval out of 4.
I'm looking back here again, guys, and I don't know if it was a bump draft gone bad coming off of turn 4. The 30 truck gets a little out of shape up here, makes contact. Looks like he makes contact with the 73 truck, but I tell you what, for a better angle, let's throw it on down to Magic Fingers John Westling for the E-View.
Yeah, let's pull this back, guys, here, see what happens. These guys are really going at it here. And it just looks like they just tangle up here, JD, coming out of the corner. 38 machine. It looks like the 73. These guys, wow, that 38 machine's going to take a good lick. 30 machine's going to come down in and hit the inside wall, guys, just a ton here, as you're watching here on the E-Play.
Yeah, I'm looking at it again, guys, and Gary Loff in that 38 truck, he's in 11th position, and I don't know, he kind of drifts up out of the lane a little bit and almost looks like into the path of the 30, and I got a funny feeling that that probably is what started this whole thing, Mike.
Yeah, JD, it almost looked for an instance that they almost went 4 wide, but not able to, just kind of ran out of room there. And I think the 30, I think Donald Hagen tried to get out of the way. He tried to go up high real quick, but the guy in front of him just let off ever so slightly, and 30 had nowhere to go really, and just one of them things, one of them racing deals.
You bet. And while we're under caution here, we might as well get a couple of plugs out of the way. I'll tell you what, Cowboy, if you haven't seen these yet, you need to take a look. These are the VRC Mark II virtual racing seats. So simulation racing cockpit. This is actually a racing chassis. This isn't just one of these racing chairs bolted to a pile of sheet metal or a metal frame. This is a cockpit built by a real race car driver, Bob Earl, who understands what it means to have a comfortable racing seat. The design features a fully adjustable racing seat and frame, additional monitor stand, and shifter mount sold separately. $349, Cowboy. You need to take a look at these over at BobEarlRacing.com. 3,000 of these units have been sold so far. ETV Live is proud to introduce and endorse this product right here live on ETV Live because of its design and its inexpensive, high quality, and affordable alternative to those others that cost thousands of dollars. Check it out, dude. BobEarlRacing.com.
It's like Ed Peoples right now, JD being shown your race leader. He did not pit this time by, and he is your race leader. Ed Peoples in the lead. Behind him, Nick Ramsey sitting in second, and Richard Ballmer situated in third. And I tell you, JD, still plenty of laps to go here. Anyone's race.
You bet. And let's take it on down to pit road for an update.
Yeah, I was just watching what was going down on pit road. I was watching your leader your previous leader, Austin Osborne, come in, took fuel only along with the number 4 of James Howard, and James Howard beat Austin Osborne off of pit road.
All right, and lots of action taking place here at Talladega Super Speedway. We're under caution number 3 here, guys, happening on lap 19 with the 30 truck and a couple others. But right now we've got one of our special guests here tonight from PWS, Karen Peoples. Of course, that's the wife of Ed Peoples. Ed, down there on the track as we speak right now. Karen, what do you think about all this racing stuff going on here tonight?
Well, I'm just thrilled to see that the hobby has turned into a really good cause and is raising some awareness for Prader Willie tonight.
You know, I've been involved with the online sim racing for a number of years. I mean, dating back to 2002, and you know, you have now come upon some of the most giving people that you could ever imagine. And, you know, it's the sim racing community that is always willing to step up, step forward, come to the plate, and they do it in a big way. You know, and it's a very good thing. But tonight it's about the Prader-Willi syndrome, and I know that you folks have a child with Prader-Willi syndrome, Victoria. I talked to her. I had the pleasure of speaking with her the other day. And would you please give her our best and say hi to her from everybody here at ETV Live?
Absolutely. She tends to be early to bed, so she's already sleeping for tonight, but I will definitely pass on the greetings.
Hey Karen, this is Mike up in the booth. Did I just hear you say that you gave Ed permission to race as much as he wants every night?
He's pretty open to do a lot of racing, so was thrilled. We're both just incredibly thrilled with the response from the racing community to jump on board and do this charity. It's just amazing what all of you folks have done.
Yeah, Batman. He don't have the handcuffs on his ankles like you do.
All right, and Karen, you know, during that promo that Ed and I were putting together with Victoria and Mitchell, certainly give Mitchell a high five for us up here in the booth as well. But you know, Ed was telling us about Habitat for Humanity came in and remodeled or rebuilt or redid your kitchen to provide for kind of a lockup type situation to protect Victoria. Can you tell us what all was involved with that, just briefly?
Yeah, actually the whole house was a Habitat house. We haven't had the best of jobs, so we were lower income, and that gave us an incredible hand up. Their typical floor plan had an open kitchen, which is very popular with the public today. And we expressed needs for both of our children. The kitchen had to be enclosed, had to have doors with locks, and they completely accommodated that. They also accommodated with, we do not have wall-to-wall carpeting due to allergies that Mitchell has. But tonight's about Prader-Willi, and Habitat came through completely with changing the floor plans to make the kitchen enclosed, which is what any Prader-Willi family really needs.
Now, you know, Victoria, she's, I believe you said 13 years old. I mean, she's certainly old enough to know what's going on. Does she understand why the kitchen door is locked?
Yes, she does understand that there are restrictions on her that are different from those on her brother, and part of managing the syndrome is educating the parents and the kids from a young age that things are going to be different. We are fortunate that her grandfather had diabetes, so grandfather had some different foods, especially when it came to desserts, and she would often be able to eat some of those lower calorie diabetic foods. So she got used to at a very young age having something different, still getting something for a treat, but something different.
And, you know, with the Project Willie, or Prader-Willi Syndrome Association, you know, this project that we're working on here tonight, this benefit race, sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League. And this is kind of what it's all about, being able to provide the funding for the information, the education, that both parents and the victims of this disease will find very useful.
Yeah, the education is the biggest thing we're looking to get out of tonight, is to just inform the public, let them know, this is the #1 known cause of obesity.
I understand, and gosh, I wish we could stay up here in the booth and talk all night long about it. We're about ready to go back to green flag racing here, Karen, but thank you very much for taking a little bit of time here while we're under caution and speaking to us, and stick around. We'll have you back up here, I'm sure, again.
Thank you very much. Race on.
All right. Karen Peoples, whose husband Ed, who has been instrumental, guys, in putting this thing together, working very closely with me, working on the promos and everything. So Ed Peoples taking part in the race here at Talladega tonight, and Ed out there in front in the 33 machine. So Ed Peoples, I know that you can't hear us up in there in the booth, but hey, best of luck to you down there with the lead up here. But Nick Ramsey on the outside, guys, in that 35 truck. Richard Bulmer, Dusty Kimmery, Rusty Greer. We heard him in the second heat race here, guys. Also from the first heat race, doing a good job. So getting ready to go green flag racing one more time. 24 laps in the books, Cowboys. So Michael, one more time around.
Yeah, JD, pace car about to take the infamous left-handed turn, the treacherous left-handed turn here into the pit road lane as the 33 machine, dressed in a little bit of rainbow color, takes them to the start line, JD, to restart this Talladega 100-lap race.
I got a funny feeling that Victoria might have had something to do with those rainbow colors on that 33 truck up there. Of course, Ed Peoples picking up the green flag for the first time here tonight. Lays it gently on the seat. We're off and running into turn 1. He's got some help from Nick Ramsey, who drops right to the bottom in that 35 machine up here in the front. So pretty much single file back to James Howard back here in 6th position. He's in that number 4 truck up on the outside. He's got Chris Crosby, who started on the pole here tonight. For the 100-lap race here at Talladega. But so far, so good. 25 laps in the books.
And JD, you mentioned Rusty Greer right before the restart. He just pushed Dusty Cremery to the lead. They're coming off forward, going to try to squeeze to the bottom. Not sure if they've got the room. Not down there yet. Still hugging the middle lane as they go down to the tri-oval. Leading the race is Dusty Cremery in that number 28 truck.
All right, and got a number of trucks up there on that top line making it work. And I tell you what, they can only stay hooked up together for about 3 or 4 laps, guys. Then they've got to make that swap. The best place to make it in the turns, so you don't lose too much on a position. You can pretty much maintain your speed there, going on into the turns. But if you do it on the straightaways with traffic behind you, there's a good chance once you take off and go up to that upper lane to catch that clean air and make the swap, you're probably going to get passed up by anybody who's right behind you. But back here in 8th position, Richard Bulmer, guys, down here on the bottom. Look like the 91 machine of Byron Daly might be losing a little bit of time here, guys. Caution out on the track. Mike, what do we got, bud?
JD, it looks like it happened 19th position. It looks like the 69 truck of Rob McFadden. Rob McFadden hard lick into turn 3 there. He's in the number 69 truck. It looks like he got up in the marbles, JD. What we saw a little earlier, got a little loose, couldn't hang on to it, and wrecked. And it looks like somebody T-boned him. Doug Moore T-boned him.
All right, and I'm looking at that back here in my monitor, watching Rog McFadden. Yeah, he just, I don't know, something happened to his trucker, guys. I don't know if the truck in front of him had anything to do with it, but let's take it on down to John Wessling for the E-wind.
Now let's see if we can cue this up, guys. See exactly what happened. Rob McFadden. It's a 6 in the the 6 and the 29 are trying to draft there. 69-14 right in front of him. He's just going to get a bad bump draft, or try and give a bad bump draft. Going to hit the outside wall, get a lot of airtime here, guys.
Lots of airtime. I believe they call that an e-ticket ride here on ETV Live. So, sounds like leaders coming down pit road, guys. Let's take it on down to Justin Rose now and Dakota Ehrman. What do you got, guys?
Yeah, guys, the leader's coming down. Ed Peoples, one of the guys coming down. Fuel only, most likely to call. You might see some 2-tire stops here. Just filling up the fuel tank so they can get closer to making it on fuel.
All right, caution number 4 here at Talladega Superspeedway. And we are here tonight with the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association charity event sponsored by
JD.
Paint the Yellow. Oh, I saw that. What was, somebody got
Chad
smacked.
Coleman. Yeah, JD. Chad Coleman hard into the pit lane. He was going to pit, and Ed Peoples just got into him. And the 7 car really taking a hit into the pit.
Yeah, you know, and that might have done some damage to the front of that 33 machine of Ed Peoples, who came in as the leader, guys. So, you know, any kind of front-end damage on these trucks, I mean, they already drive like a shoebox. So Ed Peoples may be in danger and may have to come down a pit road a second time, guys. So we'll keep a close eye on that.
JD, I'm trying to look at the damage on Chad Coleman's truck. It doesn't look too severe. I see him queuing the mic up, and I tell you that he's got some damage, but I think he's got a reset queue. And let's toss it on down to Justin.
Guys, I was listening on the Race Control channel, and I heard that they were black flagging the 88 of Jeffrey LaPalme for restarting, actually changing lanes before the start-finish line. So the 88 is going to come down and serve as black flag here, I think, when we go green.
All right, caution number 4 here at Talladega. And I'll tell you what, it ain't over yet, Cowboy. 28 laps in the books. Why don't we go ahead and step away? Take a quick commercial break here watching live, ETV Live. Don't wander off. We'll be right back. MTCO Communications, dude, I'll tell you what, the only place to get your gaming servers, no contract, month to month. Get gaming tonight with Battlefield 2. Hey, Call of Duty, do it with R-Factor, Arca Sim Racing, dude. I'll tell you what, $49 a month, no better deal anywhere. Remote access, virus filters, remote power cycle, no player limit, no bandwidth, dude. Dedicated servers, hey, do it tonight. Give them a call, 800-859-6826. Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway, guys, and I'll tell you, we are here tonight for an extremely special reason. very privileged and honored to be here tonight with the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association benefit race, sponsored by Paint the Yellow, and a $1,900 purse for the 100-lapper here tonight, generously given by Gary Bauer in memory of Joan Francis. So many, many thanks to Gary Bauer for the generosity. And of course, all the folks here from Prader-Willi Association, Ed Peoples involved, Janalee Heineman, she's the Director of Research and Medical Affairs. Dottie Cooper here with us. She's also heavily involved with the Prader-Willi Association, Interim Executive Director. Lisa Graziano, who just lives right down the street from me, missed out on a date to meet her and her son Cameron tonight. But I tell you, we'll catch up with that one for sure. Lisa is the Executive Director of the California chapter of the Prader-Willi California Foundation. Kate Beaver also joining us tonight. And you know, if you missed the pre-race show, you can watch it again immediately following the race here tonight. But Kate Beaver, she's a crisis intervention counselor, and you know, I wish I could spend some time, Mike, talking to her. I think she could probably help John, you know, here on ETV Live as a crisis intervention counselor. What do you think?
I think that would be an excellent idea, and it needs to get set up as soon as possible.
Tell you what, you know, she did have a lot to say, and I wish we could have Kate Beaver in here and go one-on-one and talk more about the, you know, the intervention that has to take place. I mean, it's a fearful thing when you learn that your child is born with this affliction, this disease. And of course, you know, I mean, what do you do as a parent? You know, the next best thing to do is to get a hold of somebody like Kate Beaver, get some crisis intervention going, let them help you figure things out, and you know, so that you can lead somewhat of a normal life. But we'll talk more about that here a little bit later on. Getting ready to go back to green flag racing here at Talladega, Cowboy. Dusty Kermy up on the front. She's going to be riding with a Rusty Greer on the outside. James Howard, he's been hanging around in the top 10 all night long. Chris Crosby in that 11 machine as Dusty picks up his first green flag of the night.
Here we go, Dusty to the lead, JD into 1, but Rusty Greer, who started right beside him, is right beside him into 2.
2 by 2 here, a couple of rows deep as they get things sorted out. Now here's Ryan Newman back here in 9th position, guys, in that 25 truck. Now Ryan Newman, you know, we've seen him roll out before, and this cat, this is somebody who suddenly you look in your rearview mirror about lap 98, and he's there and ready to pounce. But Ryan Newman having a top 10 run here tonight at Talladega. 2 by 2, guys, all the way back. Let's take it up to all the way back to, I'm looking for the end of the line here, guys, and it's going to go all the way back to about Justin Gardner, so 13 positions back here. 3 wide up in front, through the triangle, head for the start-finish line. Can they do it?
And JD, guess who it is? No other, Brian Daly, trying to make something happen. 3 wide as he lets go of the 11 to go down there and work with a 34 machine of Austin Osborne.
13 machine of Mark Robertson through the middle. He's the last one in line here with the threesome. Got the 11 out in front and the 4 machine. I'll tell you what, James Howard motoring to the front down the backstretch, taking up that middle lane, going off into turn 3.
They've got the momentum, JD. The 11 and 4's got the momentum, but don't look now. Byron Daly back at it with the number 34 truck of Austin Osborne coming out of 4. They look like they've got the momentum.
All right, one more time, Cowboy. Remember, they can only stay hooked up for about 3 or 4 laps. Got to make that swap, that Silverado pick 'em up truck in the back. They got to get up into that clean air a little bit and cool them motors down. So look for the exchange to take place inside the turn. Now here's the deal, Cowboy. When they're 2 by 2 side by side going into the turns, look for 3, 4 wide situations. They got to break apart before they blow apart and make that exchange. So 33 laps in the books here at Talladega. What a ride we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, JD, a lot of close action here, and back out front again. 3 wide coming out of 4. The 28 sticking her high. The 4 stuck in the middle.
3x3 down the front stretch, through the tri-oval, into the turn, to the start-finish line, guys. I'll tell you what, they're just all over the place up here in the front. Pack racing, I believe, is what they call this, Mike. Now, let's talk about pit stops here. This is the 100-lapper. As you recall, the 2 heat races before, they only permitted the crew to put 50% fuel, or about 9.3 gallons in. The 100-lap event, main event here, guys, 75% fuel. That means 28 laps or so. And it also means that they're going to have to pit at least 3 times. We've already had 4 cautions, so a lot of these guys have already made their first stop of the night.
Yeah, JD, and other than that, then you want to talk about strategy. Are you going to do 4 tires, 2 tires, no tires, a wedge adjustment, tire pressure adjustment? There's all kinds of strategies that can be played here, and that's something that I want to toss the mic down to Dakota and Justin on. Dakota, we'll go with you first. Dakota, what type of wedge adjustments would you think these guys would be making?
You want to go down and lower the crossway as much as you can by going down on the track bar. And what you do is when you lower the cross weight, the car is going to get so much faster because loose is fast. Lowering that cross weight makes it faster.
And Justin, about the tires here, 4-2, what do you think? On a green flag, maybe take just fuel only, right sides only, and then on caution, I guess you would take 4-2. But what's your take on the green flag pit stops for these guys tonight?
Track position is everything. These guys are probably going to come down and take 2 cans of Sunoco race fuel and 2 Goodyear Wranglers on the right side there.
Tell you what, JD, back out front, firing daily, down low to the lead into turn 2. Wrecking, JD.
Oh, 41 truck going around causing a huge wreck up here in front, coming off of turn 2, right at the backstretch here. Let's go back and check that one out, Cowboy. I saw that one right out of the corner of my eye, and they're still wrecking behind them. So this will be the big one for the 100-lapper here, guys. Let's roll it backwards, and I just caught that one going off into turn 1, coming off of turn 2, down the backstretch. Let's move this up here a couple of notches. I believe it was the 41 machine. It's going to be Anthony Elmer. Gets a little bit out of shape, connects with the 11 truck, and around she goes, Cowboy, for that E-ticket ride.
Yeah, and as we wait on John to cue it up, JD, the 12 involved, the 6, and John, you got more?
Let's see if we can cue this up, guys. These guys are just, the 41 just pushes up right into the 11 truck here, guys. And he's going to collect the 54. Wow, that Pro Bass Shop machine there. He really collected a 41. He's going to come right at you here, guys. Going to fly right through our screen in 3D.
Wow. Only seen on ETV Live, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, Magic Fingers John Wessling, that's why they call him a legend around here, guys. He is just the most proficient cameraman you'll ever find in the sim racing broadcasting business here. But caution number 5 here at Talladega, guys.
Yeah, JD, looking like Harold Decker, Ed Peoples, Anthony Eimer, Austin Osborne, who's been up front quite a while, Joe Thompson, a little piece of the action, Chris Crosby, JD, a little bit of the action, Dusty Cremery, who was leading the race earlier, a little bit of the action. So, and then a lot more cars, trucks involved in that one too as well.
You bet, and there it is again, showing a slow-mo on the screen there, on the E-wind screen, on the big screen. And I'll tell you what an E-ticket ride. Of course, I mean, this is very indicative of truck racing. This is a different breed of drivers for sure. All right, let's take it down to pit road. Justin, I believe we've got an update from Ed Peoples. Justin, go ahead.
I spoke with a 33 truck of Ed Peoples. He almost flipped it there in the big one there. He got stuck in the outside fence. He's reporting to me that he's got a long time to repair damage there, and he's going to take 4 Goodyear Wranglers and 2 cans of Sunoco fuel, and hopefully he'll have some better luck down the road.
Better luck down the road. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a long road tonight. 38 laps in the book, a whole lot more to go. And, the big one, I mean, this is, I don't know, would you qualify this one as the big one, Mike?
I would probably yeah, and to a degree, but I know there's going to be a bigger one, JD. I know that probably took out, 10 to 12 to 15 trucks. And one truck that I'm looking at right now at the front of is Chris Crosby and that 11 machine. He was involved. He spun. I think it started with him, and everybody else just kind of just went haywire. But he's crinkled up in the front. Not sure aerodynamically if it's going to hurt him, but heat-wise, that's the concern. Little damage on the front. That grill could heat that car up, JD, or that truck up a little earlier than what he's used to. So that could come into play here.
You bet. And it's like Magic Fingers' old bad boy John Wessling got pulled up on the old E-View up there. Tell you what, split screen action right here live on ETV Live. And in fact, you saw it first here on ETV Live. The dual camera system, broadcast system here for sim racing. And oh, what a look out the windshield of looks like Ed Peoples. And you're going to ride along with him as he approaches the wreck to spin out in front of him. Wow, unbelievable. All right, and tell you what, 39 laps in the books here at Talladega. Why don't we go ahead and step away? Let's take a commercial break. You're watching live, ETV Live, Cowboy. There is no other choice. Don't wander off. We'll be right back. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, Cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, Cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, Cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980.
MTCO Communications, dude, I'll tell you what, the only place to get your gaming servers, no contract, month to month. Get gaming tonight with Battlefield 2. Hey, Call of Duty, do it with R-Factor. Arca Sim Racing, dude, I'll tell you what, $49 a month, no better deal anywhere. Remote access, virus filters, remote power cycle, no player limit, no bandwidth, dude. Dedicated servers, hey, do it tonight. Give them a call, 800-859-6826.
Hey dude, are you ready to rock and roll? If that's cool, then you need to do it over at HD Radio Network. HD Radio Network, 4 stations broadcasting 24/7 with everything from metal favorites to the 80s classic rock like legendary Leonard Skinner, Electric Light Orchestra, Foreigner, and bone-rattling, skull-crushing rock and roll on hard-driving radio. And partnered with Nuff World Simulation Gaming, check out the HD Radio Network's Nuff Radio with Bear Factory, Stone Temple Pilots, Def Leppard, and a whole lot more. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take your pick and rock your brains out, dude. All right, we are back live here at Talladega Superspeedway, working caution number 5, guys. 40 laps in the books, and returning back to his job. Now I understand that we gave him an assignment, and he was doing a pretty good job. Then he wanders off. Come to find out, I'm getting phone calls from crew chiefs off of pit boxes, Mike. Dalton, England, down there collecting lug nuts up and down pit road, dude. So Dalton, England, back in the saddle again. Dalton running sound engineer for us tonight, guys. Dalton, how many lug nuts did you get?
A couple thousand or so. Thanks for letting me in here tonight, guys.
All right. Dalton, England. I tell you what, joined ETV Live here a I guess a week or two ago. But Dalton helping out on pit road down there with Dakota Irma, calling the action here on a couple of races so far, but does a pretty good job. I understand that he drives a go-kart for a living, so and finished, I believe it was just 6 points out of taking home a trophy for the championship season. So I'll tell you what, it's good to have Dalton along for the ride here on ETV Live with us. Getting ready to pick up the green flag here. James Howard out in front with Mark Robinson, Chris Crosby, Andrew Berger, and Thomas Dukas up here for the top 5. And I'll tell you what, if you don't get a whiplash riding along with that pace car down there, something's wrong with you. But the start-finish line, a little bit further down the line here at Daytona. It's right here in the middle of the tri-oval. But getting ready to go green here, and the flag comes out, and we're off to racing to Talladega, boys.
And 60 to go, JD at the line. 60 to go in the 2iRacerStuff.com. Chevrolet's hooked up, going into one. And JD, this is where you find that partner.
You bet. I tell you what, you got to get hooked up, get saddled up, and get your riding partner here, Cowboy. That's the way it works here with the draft, because if you don't, you're going to get left behind, and your pony's just going to run out of gas. And no chance for a good finish here. But right now, 41 laps in the books here at Talladega. And the reason why we're here tonight, the Prader Willi Syndrome Association. This is a charity event sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, painttheyellow.com. And, you know, we've been talking about the Prader Willi Syndrome Association, what it's all about, what it means to families with children who have this disability. And I'll tell you something, it's not fun at all, but certainly a big thank you to all the Prader Willi Syndrome associates that joined us here tonight. And, you know, to catch the pre-race again, we had a nice, long 30-minute pre-race show. You can watch it again. We'll put the link up here immediately after the race. But in the meantime, James Howard doing a good job hanging on to the lead out here in front with help from Chris Crosby. But let's take it back to Ryan Newman, sitting in 10th position, guys, in that number 25 machine. He's been looking for a dancing partner all night long, Mike. I don't know if he's found one yet, but I'm sure Spotter up on the roof working hard to find somebody to help that number 34 machine.
Yeah, JD, just getting another message here sent to me of another supporter just donating. I believe this is the mother-in-law of Ed Peoples. Donna, I hope I'm getting this right, Kinney, good luck, son. So proud of you and Karen. That's Karen and Ed Peoples just got another donation, and it's not too late to donate, JD. 50-something laps to go with 3 wide back out front, and I'm gonna put the link here on the chat one more time.
All right, Rob McFadden taking the 3 wide through the middle corner into turn 3. Got the 13 up on the outside, threading the needle with the 26 on the bottom. Off of turn 4, down the front stretch they come, heading into the trial, Cowboy. Success there. I'll tell you what, that's probably the most dangerous move of the night, coming off of turn 4, going 3 wide in the trial. The fastest part of the track. As you see the bumper to action right there on the streaming page. Take a look at that Chevrolet symbol right there. Nose to nose, tail to tail, tail to bumper here, guys.
Ain't nobody I'd rather be not hooked up with Byron Daly, and that's what you've seen there. Moustakis all over the tail end of that Byron Daly as they look to go high here, JD, but I don't think Moustakis was quite ready to put the move on the leaders just yet. But Byron Daly's trying to think otherwise.
Slow car on the bottom, down on the apron down there. That's pretty much no man's land down there, Cowboy. Move back here to 9th position. Got the 24 machine. Andrew Berger working the top side. He's got that 13 machine of Mark Robertson with him. Still not quite halfway here yet, guys. 100 laps on the board. 44 in the book so far here at Talladega Superspeedway. So plenty of racing left to do here.
Yeah, JD, and like a swap for position up here, 91, Byron Daly taking them 3 wide into 1. Byron Daly to the lead, 26, Tom Moustakis looking 3 wide underneath the 4, but thinks better of it. Byron Daly, your leader down the backstretch, down low.
All right, I'll tell you what, as these guys keep jacking it up here in front, let's talk about the transition down onto pit road. I want to bring Dakota Irman in on this one. He's got a lot of experience at these plate tracks, Cowboy. Dakota, when you're coming off a turn 4 at almost 200 miles an hour, you got to make that transition And, you know, it's a whole different racing surface. Once you cross that yellow line, that's like no man's land down there. Tell us what it's like and what you got to do to wove that pony up before that commit line.
Really, it's more about you just got to kind of get as low as you can, as soon as you can, a lap before, and then when you climb onto the bank or off onto the apron, I mean, I've never really felt a difference myself. It's more you got to find your braking point. I mean, you can brake really late and hopefully make it, but I mean, you've got to find that right point just to slow it down in time without using too much brake and spinning it going in. But JD, I have more experience wrecking and blowing up the cars than I do driving them.
That's why John won't give you the trees to his Silverado Cowboy. I tell you what, you are full of knowledge, and that's you know, something that we certainly appreciate. You do one of the best jobs on pit road down there I've ever heard out of anybody that has ever been here at ETV Live. So good job there. But I'll tell you what, Cowboy, back out here on the track, James Howard still holding down the lead up here in the front. Let's move it back here a couple of notches. Let's take it back to 13th position with the 27 machine. Riding the top side up here, that's going to be Justin Gardner. And on the bottom with Craig White. And I've seen Craig White run as well. I believe he comes from another league that we've broadcasted for before. Craig White, he's been known to be a front runner as well.
Yeah, JD, Craig White is a name that I do know, and I believe that's the Tuesday night series, or the RSR guys, Real Sim Racing. Yeah. But I tell you, JD, 3 wide back out front, and guess who's in the middle? Byron Daly in the middle, 3 wide, but he's not for the lead.
Ooh.
The number 11 is.
Yeah, and it almost looked like the 4 might have taken the door handle off of Daly's machine, stuck in the middle there, guys. That 91 truck, I don't know, is that a missing door handle I see there on the right-hand side?
I'm sure that 91, JD's got tire marks, door handles, and all kinds of stuff on it. He's been really trying to make things exciting here. It's real fun to watch Daly.
You bet. And Ben Kay over here in the chat room, he wants to know, I think that's going to be Ben Kilcrease, actually, another pit road reporter here, just recently signed on to ETV Live. Hopefully he's also a journalist, so hopefully he's taking notes here tonight. But yeah, he wants to know 3-car tandem. How does that work?
Oh, it's very hard, JD. You got to stay up on that guy real close. Dakota, you could probably help me out with this too. 3-car tandem.
3 wide.
It's difficult. You've got to get 2 cars working together well, and then you've got to hope that the leader's steady, and then the pusher has to be steady, and then you got the 3rd car, and he's just got to be able to hang on, and hopefully not just lose it off the rear end, just following, weaving all over the place trying to hang on. But if you get those 3 cars working together, you can make up some really good time from the experience I have on track with that.
Guys, I just got a report from Tom Moustakis and Donald Hagen there. They dropped out of the contention for the lead there. They feel like things were getting a little hairy up front there, and they're going to sit back and ride at the back of the first pack here.
Hey, and another thing is, I was listening to the radio with James Howard and Chris Crosby. James is not very happy with that DWC driver that was coming to the front and forcing the issue 3 wide. He was a little upset with him, actually.
And JD, are you looking at this? 91, 3 wide again, down the backstretch into 3.
Going to turn 3, and I'll tell you what, he's taking an awfully big risk. And you know, one of the things that I've noticed here, Mike, is that the 91 machine of Byron Daly, he's doing it without any kind of help. So I tell you, you know, we're at the halfway point, 50 laps in the books here. I think I'd be taking a little bit easier and looking for somebody to partner up with. But as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he's liable to not make too many friends here when he's going to need them the most at the end.
Another guy moving through the pack, JD, Richard Balmer, he's been moving up ever so slightly. He's hooked up with the 35. Byron Daly on the outside of him. 3 wide again, JD, going into 3.
And that's going to be the 13 of Mark Robinson up on the top, and he's got his ride, the number 69 machine of Rob McFadden up there in the front as the 3-car comes down the center and threading the needle coming off of turn 4, 3 wide into the tri-oval.
I was about to say, here comes some help for Byron Daly. Craig White in the number 3 car. Rocketing down the backstretch. Byron Daly desperately needing someone to help out with, and JD, there's a caution on the track.
caution coming out here for the 6th time here at Talladega, guys. Going to roll it back here a little bit and see what happened. I'm hearing that it might be Chad Coleman, and looking for where Chad Coleman is as far as position goes, guys. I'm seeing maybe 30th position. Let me roll it back here. And it is. It's going to be the number 7 of Chad Coleman, as he actually he had help. John, he's going to pick up some help from the 34 machine of Austin Osborne and get slammed in the rear and go for an e-ticket ride. Let's take it on down to the bad boy John Wessling for the E-Wine.
Cue this up, guys. There's a tide car driving completely sideways, and he's not going to affect us. But the 7 and 34, 16 gets a little slow here, guys. I think that might have affected this wreck here a little bit. That 7 car is going to go on 2 wheels, come back and land on 4. He's definitely going to need the Energizer Bunny to get that car back together. And he's just going to... Oh, and there's another car going to come back and smack him again. Chad Coleman in bad shape, guys.
All right, Austin Osborne also suffering a major damage to that number 34 machine as well as he rides the wall there. Of course, that's going to grind all that blue paint off the side of that truck. But the 7 machine of Chad Coleman certainly taking the brunt of that one. Front end pretty well tore up. That might that's pretty much going to end his night unless the crew down there can work that machine over. I got a funny feeling. I think he put his truck behind the wall and headed for the barn here tonight. Let's get a checkup from pit road down to Dakota Erman.
Well, I don't know, but I do know that several drivers coming down pit road here, I was occupied with them. James Howard and Chris Crosby, of the 2, they were the leaders before coming down. They can make it from one more stop here, guys. So they're just going to go back out, and I don't know. Let me get another report on whether he's leaving or not.
All right, and that's going to be caution number 6 here at Talladega, guys. With 53 laps in the books here, and we are here tonight for the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. This is a benefit race, and you can donate too. So as long as you're sitting there while we're under caution, go ahead and click on that red Donate Today button down there. If you're watching it live from the live stream page from ETV Live. And it's right next to that paint the yellow on the widescreen. I believe it's going to be one of the links over on the left-hand side of the screen if you're watching it on the small screen. But either one, click on that red Donate Today. Annie up, Cowboy, and help us out here tonight. Now, all these guys racing here tonight, Mike, these guys they've been qualifying all month long. Paint the Yellow has been holding qualifying sessions all month in order to get in and participate. It took a $5 donation, $5 or more, going directly to the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association for donations. So, you know, a big thank you to all of the drivers, not just the ones that you see here on ETV tonight, but to all the ones who didn't make it. You know, thank you for your charitable contribution when you paid your entry fee in for a chance to run here at these special races. So huge thanks to everyone who participated tonight.
Also, too, JD, a lot of those guys that did not get to qualify in, I did talk to a couple of them, and they did say that they were going to be tuning in for tonight's event. So what a nice gesture, you know, not being able to qualify in, but still wanting to, in some capacity, participate and at least watch the event. So thumbs up to everybody that's involved, from ground up, you know, from the guy who just shows up and just sweeps the floor, you know, all the way to the top.
You bet. And I'll tell you what, with six cautions in the books here, let's take it down to pit road one more time to Justin Rose now. Justin.
Just chased all the way down to this end of the pit road to talk with the 91 crew, and they're pretty happy with their truck. They come in, put 2 left side Goodyear Wranglers on it, 2 cans of Sunoco fuel. They're hoping to make it on 1 stop and with a right side tire change there, JD.
All right, good reporting from pit road down there. Tell you what, Cowboy, we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break. You're watching live, ETV Live. Check out the buffet table right here behind us, so don't wander off. We'll be right back. Hey dude, are you ready to rock and roll? If that's cool, then you need to do it over at HD Radio Network. HD Radio Network, 4 stations broadcasting 24/7 with everything from metal favorites to the 80s classic rock like legendary Leonard Skinner, Electric Light Orchestra, Foreigner, and bone-rattling, skull-crushing rock and roll on hard driving radio. And partnered with Nuff World Simulation Gaming, check out the HD Radio Network's Nuff Radio with Bear Factory, Stone Temple Pilots, Def Leppard, and a whole lot more. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take your pick and rock your brains out, dude. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980. All right, we are back live, Talladega Superspeedway, cowboy. And I'll tell you what, just like the commercial says, if your pickup truck is too small for the load, get a real truck, dude. Sponsoring the Friday Night Showdown Series, Gary Mercer Trucking, dude. And you can catch that on Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. And guess who's in the booth tonight? Walking up the back stairs, the screen door flies open, in walks Brennan Mercer. Brennan, how you doing tonight, bud?
I'm good, bud. How are you?
Doing all right. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We're just having some fun here. A benefit race here for the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association, sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing here. And I'll tell you what, they've raised a ton of money. And, of course, a big thanks to Gary Bauer. He's put up a $1,900 purse for the race here tonight in memory of his wife's mother, I believe, Joan Francis. So a big thank you to Gary Bauer. But what do you think so far?
Great race so far, actually. Just started watching the main feature race here, and it looks like the boys are having a good time out there, supporting a great cause, and we'll see how it goes through the rest of the race. I guess we're past halfway. It should be a pretty good finish.
You bet. And Brennan Mercer, of course, with the Mercer Trucking family, with facilities in the United States and Canada, and of course, Mercer Trucking sponsoring the Friday Night Series. How's that coming, Brennan?
Oh, good. Daytona tomorrow night. Boys are looking really forward to it. We did some practice, and I think we got some partners set up. So we got the two-car tango like we do tonight with the Paint the Yellow guys here, which they are famous for, and hopefully it'll be some good green flag racing at Daytona.
You bet. Looking forward to that one. And I'll tell you what, it must be big track weeks, plate track week here. Of course, tonight it's Talladega. This is a special 100-lap main event here tonight, guys. Picking up the green flag this time around, Nick Ramsey up on the in the front here with Richard Bomer, Christopher Houlihan, Tony Oldham, Chris Crosby, that number 11 machine. He's no stranger to the front row up here either, guys. That's your top 5 for the restart. Coming off of caution number 6 here, 56 laps in the book, Cowboys. So getting ready to go back to green, Michael.
Yeah, but JD, keep an eye on that Chris Crosby in that 11 truck. He suffered a little damage on the front of that truck, so not sure how it's going to heat up in traffic. Hopefully he's okay. He did come down pit road, got a little repairs done to it, so we'll see how good of a truck he's got now. But out front, 35, Nick Ramsey to the lead earlier. He's still leading, JD, as he's coming now to get the green flag.
You bet. In that pace car, somebody must be riding in the passenger seat of that thing, because they took that left-hand turn just a little bit easier. But Dalton, what do you got, bud?
I'm pretty sure there's somebody. Yeah, I think there's somebody down there inside the pace car. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was Dalton riding it. Yeah, that's probably a good job, Michael. Go ahead, bud.
JD, Byron Daly, 3 wide, in the lead on the backstretch.
Are you getting a cut for that from Byron Daly or what?
I'm telling you, John, the guy has been 3 wide more than anybody I know now. The 71 to the lead on the inside. That's Christopher Houlihan.
And Tony Oldham taking up a position behind Byron Daly back here. Oh, they're connecting, wrecking on the front stretch here. No caution, guys. The 4 manages to save it. The 4 car, James Howard, gets tangled up here a little bit, manages to save it. But now with that 51, Byron Daly trying to fill the hole between the 11 car and James Howard here. So Byron Daly trying to find some help somewhere. Can't fill the hole as James Howard slams the door. Saving the day, though, is going to be that number 4 machine, almost getting out of shape, being taken out. All right, let's take it on down to pit road. I believe Justin with an update. Justin, what do you got, bud?
Been hearing from quite a few crews down here on pit road. They're not really happy with the driver of the 91 truck, Byron Daly. They're claiming that Byron's throwing a lot of reckless moves here this early in the race here. We still got a little while to go yet.
Yeah, I can see where that's coming from, Cowboy. He's got the 8 machine in back of him for a little bit of help, so it's kind of a wonder that Byron Daly and that 51 machine or that 91 machine can find any help at all. But you know, for the most part, guys, he's been pretty much running solo here tonight. But it's not going to matter until we get down to about, say lap 95, Mike. I wonder if he'll pick up any dancing partners at that point.
I tell you, the 8 is hooked up with the 91, JD, but I don't know if Byron Daly really wants the help or not. He's back out to the inside. He's back out to the outside. He's just trying to get to the lead, JD. But I tell you who is in the lead, and that's the 71 of Christopher Houlihan. He took the lead just moments ago, and he's got Andrew Berger and that GSR Chevrolet all over his back bumper.
Rob McFadden in the 69 machine, 7th position down here on the bottom, guys. Now watching the 4 and the 11 up on top, they're doing it right. They hug down, get right close to the bottom lane down here, pull that draft, that side draft off the cars next to them down there. Now that's the way you drive these plate tracks, Cowboy, and most of the time you see them up tucked against the wall up there. These guys are doing it right. The 4 and the 11 up here on the top as they work that draft coming off the side.
I tell you, JD, side drafting is a big factor here at Talladega and the Daytona and the plate tracks. But we've got some pitting kind of early, JD.
Looks like Nick Ramsey heading down pit road. See if I can't catch up. I thought I saw another one as well, but Nick Ramsey certainly heading down pit road. Let's catch up with Dakota Ehrman down in the pits. Dakota, what do you got for us? Anything?
Richard Baumler coming down with him, just gas and go for both the cars, just trying to get back out. They didn't come in last time. They haven't been on pit road for a little while. They're just trying to get some fuel back in those machines to keep them rolling.
All right, and 61 laps in the books here at Talladega, and I understand that 28 laps is the max fuel. As the caution comes out here again, we'll get to that in a minute, but another big rack happening here at Talladega. See if we can roll it backwards here and find out why this one came out.
97 truck, JD.
I'm hearing the 97 might be involved in this one. This is going to be in the back of the pack somewhere, guys.
Yeah, that's Carson Downs involved. Joe Thompson involved. A heavy hitter there involved. And Harold Decker got a little piece of that. I think he's okay, but yeah, Carson Downs. John?
Let's cue this up, guys. See what happened. These guys are it's getting the latter part of the race here. They're getting really aggressive. You see them 3 wide right in front of these guys here. 97 Lowe's machine's going to come through the corner. Got the 33 or the 22 behind him here, guys. Oh, and he's going to get some help here this time, guys.
It looks like the 69 truck of Rod McFadden. Let me see. Take a look at this one more. He might have had some help here coming off of that 13 machine. Looks like Mark Robinson might have given Rod McFadden just a little bit extra push. Shoves him right up on down to the apron. course, that might have caused a big checkup in behind, Mike. Usually, I mean, you got to jump off the throttle, and of course that's going to whoa everything up. And if you're right there bumper to bumper, why, like we see with Carson Downs going around. So caution number 7 here at Talladega.
JD, it just happens so quick here at Talladega. You got to be on your cue, on your T's. And I tell you, Carson
Hadn't anybody told you can't talk with your mouth full? We should stay away from that buffet table back there.
Well, I tried to sneak me a piece of cake in here before while you were talking, but you caught me mid-chew.
I'd like to know why you're eating all the food off the buffet. I mean, JD hasn't even had a bite yet, Batman.
Same here.
All right, let's take it down to pit road. Justin Rose now. What you got, bud?
91 of Byron Daly. The crew did just what they said they was gonna. They put 2 Goodyear Wranglers on the right side, a couple cans of Sunoco race fuel in there. They're hoping and praying they get enough cautions to go the rest of the way without another pit stop. Otherwise, they're looking for a late race pit stop under caution.
All right, 63 laps in the books here at Talladega, working caution number 7. Michael, what do you got, bud?
JD, I wanted to say something about Byron Daly. I tell you, the guy can wheel a truck. He's been in several 3-wide moments today, and he races in the DWC, which is the NASCAR official series, and he's sitting 11th in points, and really good driver there. But John, did you have something?
Yeah, guys, I managed to actually find a fan of Byron Daly in that 91 machine. I think his name's Harzik. Is that Kevin Harvick?
Harvick. All right, then I'll tell you, yeah, Harzik. Yeah, that might be Harvick. Over there in the chat room, but
it's actually RZK.
RZK. All right, then I'll tell you what, we're having a good time up here in the booth, but from PWS Project Willie Syndrome, joining us up here in the booth, Janely Heineman. And Janely, are you having a good time, first of all?
Yes, this is quite interesting.
Interesting. Have you been a race car fan in the past, or have you seen anything like this before?
No, I've not seen anything like this. In the NASCAR races, my daughter and daughter-in-law were in the first all-female pit crew.
Now, how far back was that, if you don't mind me dating it?
Gee, I'm thinking about 7, 8 years ago.
All right. First female pit crew, and you come from a NASCAR family, a racing family, is that it?
Not really. My daughter-in-law, though, was kind of trained to be Olympic gymnast and had some bodybuilding background, so she was pretty and good-looking and strong, and so that's where and competitive, so she's the one that got into this.
Now, Janely, this is Michael up here in the booth. I got a couple setups that I could share with you if you want to go ahead and get this rolling with your account with iRacing. Get behind the wheel a little bit.
Get behind the wheel? I don't think tonight, but I'll take you up on that sometime.
I tell you, it'd be a good thing to get you behind the wheel, Janely. I think you'd have a whole lot of fun.
All right. While we're under caution here, we've got Janely Heineman in the booth with us tonight. And Janely, I know you're involved with research and medical research and whatnot with the Prader Willie syndrome. Can you tell us, has there been any advancements made at all recently at all?
Well, the main advances, I think, are just understanding a little more about hunger and appetite, and there have been some what they call functional MRIs where they can see the brain light up on the average person. That it lights up greater before they're hungry, and then that reduces after they eat. But with Prader Willi, it lights up before they're hungry, but it lights up even more after they've eaten. So that tells you that not only doesn't the hunger calm down after, but it actually almost gets worse with eating. So there's some things, interesting things they're finding out. Also, ghrelin is a chemical that's in your body that makes you feel hungry. With Prader-Willi, the ghrelin levels are much higher than the average person.
Now, I know that you're the director of research and medical affairs. You must have a pretty extensive scientific background?
Not really. Actually, my background is a medical social worker. I worked with children with cancer for 10 years before and with hospice. But I have a son with the syndrome, and I've worked with for 20 years with some of the top researchers and physicians with Prader-Willi. We have a clinical advisory board and a scientific advisory board, and so we really do have the key physicians and researchers. Since I've been the one dealing with all the medical questions over the years, that's kind of rolled into the scientific field too. So it's kind of the synchronicity between learning the medical problems and the deaths and why they happen, and then into the research.
All right, well, we certainly appreciate all the work you're doing, and certainly thank you for being here with us tonight with the Paint the Yellow benefit race here at Talladega Speedway, and thanks for joining us up here in the booth.
Well, thank you for having us. It's really great to get awareness out into an area. There's 6,000 rare disorders, and parents say, well, why don't they know more about Prader-Willi? But, people and even physicians can't know about every one, so it's really up to us to educate the public and actually educate the physicians and educate the teachers and everybody else. So we tell parents it really is all of our responsibility to get awareness out there and get education out there.
All right, thank you very much. And we are picking up the green flag one more time. I tell you what, Bad Boy, the legend, why don't we go ahead and crank this one up for our race fans. And we are back live here at Talladega. I'll tell you what, to crank that one up, baby. And I'll tell you, out in front right now is going to be James Howard and Chris Crosby. Christopher Houlihan and going three wide here, guys. These guys are just no quitting, these Cowboys. As we go three wide, guys, just here momentarily, the 69 machine, Rod McFadden up on the outside. But there goes the 91 down the middle again, Cowboy.
Yeah, right underneath the 13 and the 24 of Andrew Berger coming with him. Daly's got help, the 24.
Coming off turn 4, heading into the tri-oval here. This is the most dangerous part of the track. You're coming off here and, you're building speed almost 200 miles an hour, and you get to the start-finish line, keeping a little bit of left-hand pressure on the steering wheel. 24 car pushing the 91 to the front.
Carolina Madman Byron Daly to third place, the 24 of Andrew Berger hanging with him, the 71 and the 36 of Tony Oldham, JD, low.
68 laps in the books here at Talladega Superspeedway, and again, we are here for one reason only, and that's for you to reach down with your mouse and click that Donate Today button right there on the live page. We're here with Prader-Willi Syndrome Association, Paint the Yellow, sponsoring the event tonight. And of course, a big thank you to Gary Bauer for putting up a $1,900 purse for the race here tonight. And lots of fun with the guys in the booth over here. Ronnie Royal along for the ride. The Blancanato is here, pops in. Orlando here for the ride. Net 7364 hanging out. Mike, Matt Smith, Matthew, John Forrester. Everybody's here at Cowboy as we put 69 laps in the book.
Yeah, JD, being shown your race leader is Chris Crosby. Being shown your race leader, James Howard, right behind him, but making a move, JD, to the front on the outsides, the 91 and the 24 of Andrew Burglar.
Looking to
Burglar, I'm sorry.
Looking to go to the front. I tell you what, that 91 machine, was surprised that he was able to find a dancing partner coming out of that 24 machine up there on the top. But down on the bottom, Christopher Houlihan, he ain't giving it up, Cowboy, in that number 71 machine in 4th position. Too wide up here in front. Let's go back here a little bit deeper, take it back to Mason Baker in that 77 truck. He's down in 10th position on the bottom and looking for a partner to work with here. As they've got a wreck up in the front, Cowboy. They're scattering like rats. Let's take it back here and slow it down, see if we can't figure out why this one came out. I'm hearing the 71 machine involved, guys. And I got it rolled back here, taking a look, and well, let's tell you what. You know what? Let's send it on down to Magic Fingers John Westling for the E-wind.
Yeah, let's cue this up, guys. They're way up in front of me. Oh, he's going to take a hard lick in the inside wall, guys. Pow! Took it up on 2 wheels. Lifted him out of his drawers there, I'm pretty sure, JD, but he took a pretty hard lick on the inside wall.
Trying to see how this all got started, guys. The 91 Byron Daly in back of the 11 machine. That's going to be Chris Crosby, who won the second heat, I think, guys. Yeah, he did. He was the pole sitter here tonight. But he's following the number 4, James Howard, and they're coming off of turn 2 here, or turn 2, and almost looks like they might have touched. I don't know if they tangle up here or not, but
to me, JD, it looked like the 11 was trying to get up high, possibly, and the 91 was going to go down low underneath, and he just barely nicked the 11, I think, and that's what caused a chain reaction.
You bet. And James Howard in the 4 truck heading down pit road, guys. Let's send her on down to Justin
Howard.
Rose now for an update. Or Dakota.
Yeah, guys.
Go ahead,
James Howard coming. James Howard coming down. Fuel only. Possible tires, actually. I think they're calling for tires here. Maybe. Not sure. But I believe it's going to be a fuel only stop, and James Howard's away, as several other guys are just doing that just to make it on fuel. They are close from here, guys.
All right, and reports are coming from pit road down there, guys. This is going to be caution number 8 here at Talladega. 72 laps in the book, Mike.
Yeah, and I tell you, I'm listening to the James Howard's truck here, JD. It seems like he's got the engine off. Not sure if he's conserving fuel or not, but he is being shown, let's see, second. Arian Erickson is being shown your race leader, but I'm thinking that he's going to pit this time by. Not sure, but James Howard playing with the clutch a little bit, JD. Dakota, you got any word on how his fuel is at the moment?
Well, we can make it about 28 laps, and as of right now, they are about a lap short, so I'm sure he's just saving. You might even see him come back in just to top off, but right now, about a lap short on the fuel.
Yeah, that's why he's coasting that thing.
You bet. And on the hauler tonight, guys, Byron Daly, the latest victim in that 91 machine. Harry Gosling, Chad Coleman, Austin Osborne, who's having a good run here tonight. Ed Peoples, unfortunate for him tonight. Dusty Kimry, Gary Loft, and of course Gary Barler earlier in the race. On the hauler, headed for the barn, guys. All right, let's take it on back down to pit road with Justin Rose now.
Guys, I just got done speaking with the crew chiefs of the team trucks of Tom Mustakas, the Flying Greek, and Donald Hagen in the 30 Miami Heat truck. They are looking good to go for the rest of the race, and look for them to make some noise here before it's all said and done.
All right, I've actually got the remote mic. I'm standing back here at the buffet table. Standing back here at the buffet table trying to get something to eat. Let me swallow that one. Let's take it to a commercial break. The only time I get something to eat is when I just gotta come back here and get it. So I'll tell you what. Why don't we go ahead and take? I'm watching the chat room over here too. It looks like Ben's having a good time over there. Anyway, hey, yeah, what do you got, Mike?
Yeah, guys, I'm pulling this up one more time. Watch Byron Daly. Watch his truck as he comes and licks Byron Daly. He does a wheelie off the tailgate of his truck. He's going to come up here and just snag his tailgate, and he's going to do a wheelie. He's up on back wheels, guys, about 4 or 5 foot off the ground. And then Byron Daly's going to come through here, and he's going to take one huge lick.
John, I'm going to tell you something. The Perky Jerky Madman Daily had it saved, got a little contact with the 11, but had it saved.
It's Byron Daly, 3-1.
All right. Hey, why don't we go ahead and take a commercial break? We're having too much fun up here in the booth. It's time for a break, so don't wander off. We'll be right back. Hey dude, are you ready to rock and roll? If that's cool, then you need to do it over at HD Radio Network. HD Radio Network, 4 stations broadcasting 24/7 with everything from metal favorites to the 80s classic rock like legendary Leonard Skinner, Electric Light Orchestra, Foreigner, and bone-rattling, skull-crushing rock and roll on hard driving radio. And partnered with Nuff World Simulation Gaming, check out the HD Radio Network's Nuff Radio with Bear Factory, Stone Temple Pilots, Def Leppard, and a whole lot more. HDRadioNetwork.com. Take your pick and rock your brains out, dude. All right, word has it we are back, and I'll tell you what, there's not a whole lot left on the buffet table back here at Cowboy, but getting ready to go back to racing here one more time. Let's check the front row up here. Craig White in that number 3 machine. Now, I'll tell you, it's no... Now I gotta get my telemetry straightened out here again. I have no idea what's going on with this, but... Ian Erickson, thanks for that. Ian Erickson actually being shown your leader up here. I thought it was Craig White, but James Howard hanging around. James Howard been hanging around up here, at least up inside the top 5, pretty much all night long. Andrew Berger, Mark Robertson making a good run to the front. Mason Baker in that number 77 machine, your top 5 on the restart. And the Mad Greek, I think, is what Justin's calling him down there on Pit Road. In 6th position in that 26 truck. Tom Mustakas having a good night here tonight too. So the reason why we're here,
Flying Greek there, JD.
The Flying Greek. There you go. All right, the Flying Greek, Tom Mustakas, and again the reason why we're here tonight, the Prader Willi Syndrome Association benefit race sponsored by Paint the Yellow. All right, lights are off on the pace car. We're going to be going back to Green Flag Racing here in just a minute. And I heard the back door open and close back there. I wish somebody would grease up those hinges on that screen door. We'll get to that here in a minute. I believe it was Byron Daly who walked in. But sit tight, Cowboys. We get ready to roll Green Flag here. Ian Erickson picking up his first one of the night. Buckle it in. Sit tight. We'll be racing here just shortly.
Ian Erickson definitely taking the lead here, JD. Andrew Berger going to see if he can work with him. The 4's on the outside. He's teamed up with Mark Robertson in that green Western Canada Chevrolet. 16 to the lead in 1.
All right, getting off to a good start here. 75 laps in the books, Cowboy. 25 more to go at Talladega Superspeedway. 3 wide, Byron Daly in the middle. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right, he's sitting between you and me.
Yeah, JD. Carolina Madman Daly in the house. Byron, take us through some of those 3 wide action moments. We captured a lot of them here on ATV. You got to check the replay out later. But, Byron, you had that perky, jerky Chevrolet saved, but just couldn't quite hang on to it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, those free ride booms were pretty cool, I gotta say. It's really fun to be out there, and I wish I was still out there. I think the 11 got in the wall there when they tried switching, and I couldn't come down fast enough to avoid him. Got sideways, held the brake down because I thought everybody would miss me, and maybe I should have spun towards the inside wall. Being up there in the middle of the track didn't really help me. So we're done. Our reset got used early in the race. I don't know how, but it was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed that because it was a little hair-raising at times.
A little bit hair-raising is right, and a big thank you for at least being a part of this here tonight. It means quite a bit to the Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. They're all here tonight. Had a good pre-race talk with a lot of them, but all the money that we're raising here tonight, Byron, going for a good cause.
Yeah, when I heard about this race, I thought about it. There's an entry fee. It's going to a good cause. Might as well do it, have some fun, and donate to a good cause. It was basically a win-win.
And Michael,
3 wide, JD. 2 deep. Wish it was the Madman Daly here, but not. It's 3 wide, though, in turn 3.
Tony Oldham in that number 36 machine. He's the last one in line, but they get it all worked out and straightened out, Cowboy. And I'll tell you what, the 13 machine, Mark Robinson to the front for the first time tonight as they come down through the tri-oval.
Yeah, but JD, don't count out the flying Greek Moustakis, the 30 of Donald Hagen. Where did he come from? Donald Hagen in the 3rd.
Lots of action happening up here on the front row, Cowboys. 78 laps in the book here at Talladega Superspeedway. And I'll tell you what, it is starting to pick up here a couple of notches. 8 cautions here tonight already, but it ain't over yet, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, they are piling up on the top side up here. Take it back to 5th position up here, the 36 machine. He's got the 26 machine of Tom Moustakis dead ahead as they try to put something together and work this top line up here. Almost going 3 wide up here in the front. Craig White, caution coming out. The 3 car in big trouble here tonight. We're looking to see. Let's roll it backwards here, and you know what? Something big happening. This is going to be quite a mess back here, guys. This is looks like the 3 car had some help as I try to get it all straightened out. 16 car might have caused some of this too. Let's throw it down to John for the E-wind.
Guys, let's cue this up one more time here. These guys are really getting on the wheel, JD. They're going to bring it around the corner here. You're going to see Craig White take a devastating lick on the outside wall here. These guys are just really starting to pick it up here. It's getting close to the end of the race.
I think they're starting to smell the money, JD. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, most definitely. Here goes Craig White. He's going to come up, collect the 32 truck. Then he's going to come back down the track. The 32's rolling right behind him, collecting another machine. Craig White's going to go airborne. Wow, that truck on the outside, that 71 car, guys. Truck. Took a big lick in the 5 car. It's going to go rolling down on the outside wall.
Wow. I'll tell you what, they couldn't sell enough e-ticket rides here tonight. They're just flat giving them away. Well, looking at this one more time, looks like Craig White follows the 36 right on through. And where's the spotter, Mike? The 16 truck back here, just not giving any room. But of course, like I said, where was the spotter when the 3 looked like he was going to try to fill that hole behind the 36 machine?
Yeah, JD, the action's so close that sometimes you just can't hear that spotter. Everything happens just so quick that you hear the spotter, but you just don't do what the spotter says.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Cowboy, 80 laps, I believe 80 laps in the book, so that's 20 laps to go here, well within the fuel. So if anybody was saving fuel, I'm looking at probably a whole new strategy now. What do you think?
Yeah, in fact, JD, I saw a couple of the leaders here, Donald Hagen, one of them that come so close to that cone, he might have actually tipped it over, trying to fake some guys out, but nonetheless, staying out. And one you got to keep an eye on is that number 4, James Howard. Me and Dakota talked earlier. It was Dakota. You were saying that he was a lap short, and he has not pitted since. But with this caution, do you think that that's going to help him out?
Yeah, I was talking to his crew chief, and his crew chief wouldn't exactly tell me how close he was. Only close is all I got from him. But the 4 is definitely saving fuel, and they do think this caution will really help them out. They think they may be good on fuel now.
Didn't John give you the credit card, Dakota? That's how you get information out of the crew chiefs.
Yeah, I already maxed it out.
All right, caution number 9 here at Talladega Super Speedway. And I'll tell you what, let's check out the buffet table one more time, Cowboy. We're going to step away, take a commercial break. You're watching it live, ETV Live. There ain't no other choice from Talladega Super Speedway.
Daily,
So
3 wide at the dessert
we'll be right
table.
Back. Hey, JD here with ETV Live, and let me tell you something. If it's too big for the pickup truck and you need to move it, there's only one trucking company you need to call, and don't bother with the Yellow Pages, Cowboy. I'll give you that number in a minute. Manufactured goods, automotive, technical equipment, furniture, even if you need a reefer, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated is the only choice, Cowboy. With locations in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, Rancho Cucamonga, California, if you need to move it, store it, and keep it cold, you need to call Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated. Long haul, short haul, or just across town, Gary Mercer has the best trained and qualified drivers to get your load from point A to point B with professionalism and on time. So remember, Hoss, if it don't fit in a pickup truck, you're going to need a real truck, Cowboy. Sponsors of ETV Live's Friday Night Showdown, Gary Mercer Trucking Incorporated, 1-800-668-2980. All right, we're back, and we're going to take another look at the number 5 machine. That's going to be a Benny Jet down there going for an e-ticket ride. I think they call that wall walking. Is that what they call that? Airborne, Cowboy, all the way to the lawn.
Hey guys, I actually got a closer look at the start of that wreck, and I do believe that it was the 3 that actually came down on the 16, forced the 16 out of the apron, and then all heck broke loose from there.
All right, and I tell you what an event here tonight. We still got about 30 some odd cars, about 30 cars I think left on the track here. Of course, the latest I think it was the number 3 Craig White involved. Oh, and we're hearing Richard Bulmer just blew up. So Talladega is starting to claim its victims. But Mike, you've been keeping track of the donations coming in, and what do we got so far?
Yeah, JD, just saw another donation come through. This is from the Brennan Mercer, Gary Mercer Trucking, and thanks for letting us be a part of the race was the message. Another supporter rolling in, and it's not too late for you to donate. We've had several people donating, and we've got the link in the chat, on Facebook, you name it, and still plenty of laps to go before you can donate. There it is. It comes on the broadcast there, JD.
You bet, and I'll tell you what, you know, I've learned quite a bit about this Prader-Willi syndrome, and you can check it out too. Just to go to the pwsausa.org and learn about this. And let me tell you something. You know, the only thing I can really say to get your mind working here is if you've ever been hungry, and I mean really hungry, okay, and gone to bed that way, and then wake up in the morning and have somebody tell you that, you know, I'm sorry, but you can't eat. This is what it's like. These kids have to live with that all the time. And, you know, yeah, they got medications, but there's not a whole lot out there. Listening to the pre-race show here tonight, there's only one real medication out there that apparently helps. So a lot of research money being spent in other means besides the medical and the pharmaceutical side. A lot of it goes into helping parents cope with this disease, and this is the leading cause of obesity in kids. And I mean these kids eat themselves to death and don't even know it, Mike. So an extremely important cause to be involved with here tonight. We are very proud that we could help put this thing on for Prader-Willi Syndrome Association. Picking up the green flag on a restart, Mark Robinson with James Howard in tow.
Yeah, I tell you, Mark Robertson got that truck looking good, sharp, out in front. That neon green, baby. He's chasing that neon rainbow, JD, at turn 2.
You bet. Single file, guys, all the way back to Mason Baker in the 77, and he thinks twice about it. Tucked down in, again, down on the bottom line. But we may see it this way here for a little while until they get the speed built up. Usually takes a couple of laps working that draft here a little bit. Ian Erickson, he picked up the green flag the last restart. He's in the 16 machine in 7th position, but going backwards, Cowboy. Quite a bit of damage on the back tailgate of that number 16 truck here at Talladega. But in the meantime, guys, single file. This is a little unusual.
Yeah, and JD, I'm being told that Carson Downs sitting in 12th spot, and that number 97 got the blue racing stripe down the middle of that white low Chevrolet. He's saying that he has a truck to beat here tonight. Me and Dakota were going back and forth about who we thought were going to win, and I'm telling you, Carson Downs looking real good right now. He's sitting in 10th.
Jumping up to the top side is going to be Thomas Dukas, and I'll tell you what, Cowboy, he's got some help back here. Now they start splitting up. Okay, it was Rod McFadden, Thomas Dukas working a top line before they could get there to the 30 car of the 30 car of Donald Hagen jumped up to the front. So now they get the top line going. Forget that single file stuff, Cowboy. 84 laps in the books. We are on the downhill side.
JD, don't look behind you, Grion Rainbow. Here comes Tony Oldman in the 30. 3 wide and 2. 30, get a little loose.
No contact with the, I think, yeah, a little loose contact with Tony Oldham down on the bottom of the 36 machine. All is well, though, Cowboy, but I'll tell you what, some good driving there. Still 3 wide, coming off into the turn here. 3 wide with the 30 in the center. Threading the needle through the turn here, coming off of turn 4. Going to be heading down through the tri-oval here just momentarily, coming off of 4, and they get it all straightened out. Back to 2x2 here, heading into the tri-oval, guys.
And that's going to put Andrew Berger, new race leader at Talladega, with 16 to go. He's got Mason Baker right behind him.
Maybe this is where we should have started the broadcast right here about lap 86, because they are going to start letting it all hang out here, Cowboy. It's time to go racing.
I tell you, JD, and working his way to the front is that number 30, Donald Hagen, trying to get his way back up there. He knows what it's like to be there. He won the heat race number 2. They're trying to get that outside lane going, JD, in 3.
trying to hook it up and make it work up there. Ron McFadden, the last one in line, that 69 machine, but not getting any air off the triplets up there in the front, Cowboy, but no help from Tony. The 97, Carson Downs back here in 10th position, guys. And I'll tell you, the guys up in front going 3 wide, going into the turn here one more time. The 30 car looking. He's going to stay up there on the top, 4 wide, going past lap traffic.
I was about to say the same thing, JD. 4 wide with lap traffic involved, but everyone's settled back down. 2 wide, and your race leader still James Howard to the lead. Now Mark Robertson ducks low underneath JD. He's going for the lead.
24 fills the hole. I'll tell you what, the 24 came back down behind Tony Oldham in that 36 machine and almost didn't make it. But now the 36 Tony Oldham jumps up to the top. And I tell you, it's anybody's game tonight. Got the 77 dead ahead, Cowboy, heading for the start-finish line. I think it's going to be Mason Baker.
Mason Baker, JD, I believe he's first in the lead tonight.
Oh, and he dumps the 36. Racking up here in the lead.
Hagan in the wall. The 36, Tony Holman, not sure if it's still green, though, JD.
Still
no
green.
Caution.
Still green flag, and Donald Hagan smoking. He's about ready to blow up. Got his car down off of the track, guys. But Donald Hagan in big trouble as he he's going to come to a stop back here on the backstretch, way off the track, guys. That's going to end his night here. No caution, Cowboy, so we are still green flag.
And Carson Downs is hooked up with Alan Cryer in that JDR Graphics Chevrolet. He's moved up to 9th. Let's see if they can get up there to the front. The leader, Mark Robertson, trying to work his way through lap traffic. Excuse me, Mason Baker, the leader.
Looks like we've got the 36 machine heading down towards pit road. Maybe some damage repair happening there, but as the laps start winding down here, they're letting it all hang out, Cowboy. 89 laps in the books. Let's go down to pit road. Let's get a checkup from Dakota Ehrman. Dakota, what's going on down there, bud?
Yeah, just pulling on a few fenders and getting the fuel back in the car just to make sure he can make it the rest of the way, JD.
All right, back up here in front, Mason Baker, Mark Robinson, James Howard, Tom Moustakis, Andrew Berger. I'll tell you what, it's a party happening up here in the front, Cowboys. Single file back to Jeremy Crandall in that number 73 machine. He's being helped by the 27, Justin Gardner here, Cowboys. So I tell you what, some racing happening here right now. 90 laps in the books, 10 to go at Talladega.
Another battle for the lead, JD. Mark Robertson in that green Chevrolet moves up high on the 77 of Mason Baker. But the number 4, James Howard's there to cover his tail. The 13's got no one out there to help him, JD.
As someone just helped him.
I tell you, they're looking for anyone that they can get hooked up with as the number 4 of James Howard leads the 77 of Mason Baker out to drive down low.
I'll tell you what, Spotted working deals on top of the tower up there, and who's gonna dance with who when it gets right down to it, Cowboy? But I'll tell you what, Mark Robinson in that number 13 machine. He's looking pretty sweet here. Now he's doing exactly what I would do. Just kind of stay tucked in, tucked under here. Just wait for that ride to happen, and staying with his dancing partner dead ahead. 77 machine of Mason Baker looking strong here tonight. And the closing laps, he's going to bring the 13 machine with him, going off into turn 3.
JD, it looked like the 8 and the 97 were coming, but didn't want to stick it in there 3 wide. Thought better of it, so he pulls down low, single file down the front stretch.
In the meantime, Andrew Berger in that 24 machine, we saw him working with the 91 of Byron Daly here earlier, guys. 24 stuck out here on top side all by himself, looking for a dancing partner to try to get hooked up here with actually 8 laps to go, 9 to go here at Talladega as this thing starts to wind down. But out here in front, Cowboy, James Howard looking pretty sweet up here in front. Got his dancing partner hooked up, rare to go. That's going to be the 26 machine of Thomas Dawkins.
Yeah, JD, and they just did the switch out of 2, so Tom Moustakis being shown your race leader, but not too far behind. Mason Baker, he's teamed up with the 8 and trying to get a 3 tandem draft going. Carson Downs on the outside coming out of 4.
And usually a 3-car draft isn't going to do it, Cowboy. 3-car draft's usually a little bit slower than a 2-car tandem. We've seen that happen before out here at these big plate tracks too. But trying to shorten the distance between the leaders up there, Moustakis and Howard, the 13 machine alongside the 77.
Still being shown your race leader, J.D. Tom Moustakis, James Howard, Mark Robertson, Andrew Berger's in fourth. Out beside him, Carson Downs.
You bet. And on the table tonight is a $1,900 purse here with the race tonight, donated by Gary Bauer. A very generous offering, and a big thank you to Gary for donating the purse here tonight. I understand it's $500 to the winner here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, $200 to second place. Is they're starting to wreck again.
Well, JD, the Oklahoma State truck, the Oklahoma State truck got a little shaky right in front of the leaders. I tell you what, this is a high-speed chess game with trucks. Who's going to be the king, JD?
Who's going to be the king?
Who's wrecking, JD? Every one of them.
Oh, caution coming out. Caution coming out, guys. I'm not sure. I'm hearing the 37 machine gruesome wings. All right, I'm looking, guys.
JD, I gotta apologize to the fans and people watching. I was actually watching a lap group of traffic that I thought were the leaders for a second. So, leaders did not wreck, John. Who wrecked, though?
I believe you're going to see this 37 machine, guys. They're going to come around this corner, and you're going to see him get the iRacing wall glue syndrome. Yes, he's going to fly into this fence, and there's no coming back from him, guys. He's going to get turned into the wall here. Wow, they're all three power slides, 35, 11, 37. They're in sync here. They're all sliding in harmony as the 11 truck's going to come through here, guys. Wow, what a mess there, guys.
I'm taking a look at it here again, the 35 and the 88 just narrowly missing all of that right in front of them there, Cowboy. That's going to be Jeffrey LaPalme. But wall glue? Wall glue. "94 laps in books," and you're absolutely right. This may come right down to the wire here, Cowboy. With we'll have to wait and see if we can get official confirmation, but this may turn out to be a green-white checkered ending to the 100-lap feature race here tonight, sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing, and we're here for Prader-Willi Syndrome Association fundraising event, and what a special night this has been. Tons of fun, Cowboy. Started out with a couple of heat races, 25-lap heat races. They told the flagman, "Stay home, dude, we don't need you yet," and they let it all hang out. So that all led up to the 100-lap feature main event. That's where we're at now with 95 laps in the book. 5 to go here at Talladega.
Yeah, 5 to go, JD. And as it stands, Justin made the call there, either green, white, checkered, or two laps here to the finish. Hopefully something, JD. Would hate to see this one end under caution. I think we're going to get to go back green here, but I'm going to tell you something. If I am that 13 of Mark Robertson or even James Howard, I'm sweating right now.
You got that right. You know, James Howard and that number 4 machine, iRacerStuff.com, all over his truck. I tell you, you know, he's been staying up in the top 5 pretty much all night. Let's send her on down to pit road. I believe Dakota's got some more updates.
Yeah, guys, we're looking at a green-white checkered. I believe they said they are pacing this time, but they do believe it to be 2 to green when they cross the line this time. When they come around again, it should be 1 to green. They'll go around for another lap under the pace lap, and then they should be green with a white lap, and then the checkered flag. One guy looking good, James Howard. He's good to go on fuel to his crew chief. He's got his buddy Tom Moustakis right behind him, the Flying Greek.
And I'm sure if James is good, Dakota, I'm sure everyone else is good on gas.
Oh, by far, with the amount of caution laps we've had here in just the last 20 laps, these guys have been saying they've been good to go for, I believe, a caution or two.
All right, JD, who you picking?
I don't know. I got to call my bookie. Hang on.
Mike, I'll take the 26 of Tom Moustakis. He's been my dark horse pick all night long.
The Flying Greek.
You know, that 4-car of James Howard, yeah, he's been hanging around up here in the top 5 pretty much the whole entire night. So I got a funny feeling James Howard ain't done yet, Cowboy. He started in 5th here tonight on the 100-lapper, so he's still looking pretty good.
All right, this is my choice. I'm looking for the 8-car of Alan Cryer. He's been kind of quiet tonight, but I'm looking for him to push that Lowe's Never Stop Improving Chevrolet to the lead to the win, and that's Carson Downs in the 97 machine.
Now, should we tell them what just happened, John, when we do this kind of thing, start picking winners this late in the race?
Yeah, they get the ETV jinx and they wreck.
Yeah. So this thing might end under a caution after all, guys. So
JD, I just don't know if I want to be that neon green car. I know he's in the lead, and fans, if you're listening, you know, yeah, he's in the lead, but I just don't know if I want to be him or not. Because you know, Dakota.
Yeah, you don't want to be him. That's probably the worst place you can be in the last lap, unless you're crossing the finish line. Now, you guys are all picking guys up in the front, so I'm going to pick the guy kind of in the backish, not too far back, but once your guys wreck, my guy's going to come through, and he's going to prevail right now, Mason Baker.
Dakota, is backish a word?
Hey. Close enough.
That's that, I don't know, you remember New Math, John, like years ago? This is
that kind of like Irish word for backish?
All right, guys, I'll tell you what, we are headed for a what looks like going to be a green-white on the same lap, then the checkered flag, Cowboys. So this is going to be another one of those Kodak moments. But before we get there, we need to go down through some thank yous here. First of all, I want to thank Ed Peoples for bringing this to our attention, contacting us along with James Howard and Jack Honeycutt, and from Paint to Yellow Racing League, getting ETV Live involved. Of course, we are always happy to do these kinds of things. Janalee Heineman, she is the Director of Research and Medical Affairs, for joining us tonight during the pre-race show. Dottie Cooper. Now, all these people, guys, have a family member, son, daughter, that are afflicted with the Prader-Willi syndrome. But Dottie Cooper, you know, thanks to her, she's the interim executive director for PWSA. Lisa Graziano, who lives right down the street from me, and Cameron, her little son Cameron, she's the executive director for the California chapter of Prader-Willi California Foundation. Also want to thank Kate Beaver. Kate, she has an adult child, Hannah, who has PWS. She's the crisis intervention counselor, probably one of the most important jobs of anybody involved, you know, with this association. Brian Henshaw joining us tonight, former vice president, Pennsylvania PWS chapter, has a son, Mikey. I understand that's Victoria's boyfriend, as she spoke about during the promo that we were putting together. And of course, Karen Peoples for joining us tonight as well. And then, you know, as always, the guys up here in the booth, Michael Keaton, Dakota Ehrman, Justin Rose, now Little Dalton, England, for helping us out tonight. John, the bad boy Westling. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here anyway. But I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for all these people stepping in, stepping up, helping us putting on this thing here tonight, and I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun.
Sure is, JD. Real good calls, and this is going to go down in the books and as one of the best races I believe ever, and a lot of good participation by a lot of good folks, JD. Dakota.
You bet, Dakota.
Yeah, guys, I got Doug Moore here real quick. The guy I interviewed earlier, said he was starting 40th and he was hoping to finish towards the front. Doug, how'd your day end?
It ended in one of those cautions. Somebody wrecked in front. I was up to 14th, but couldn't get through it.
Well, guys, I just had to bring that up. I mean, he was charged to the front. He was up to 14th, and just some bad luck.
Bad luck indeed as we go green flag racing one more time, Cowboy. And this thing's on the downhill side for sure. James Howard, Mark Robinson out in front. Look at the lime green machine of the 13 car out front, the 4 car. James Howard, here he comes to the outside, and he's getting some help, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, a lot of help from the 26 to 77, 3x3 going into the turn.
Yeah, JD, looks like they narrowed it back down to 2 deep all the way back to 12. 2 deep coming out of 4. The white flag in the air. And that doesn't mean surrender, JD. It means 1 to go at Talladega.
Mark Robertson out in front, and he's got some help down there, Cowboy. I'll tell you what, the 24 machine trying to huff and puff and push that 13 machine to the front. James Howard up on the top as they come out of turn 2. Going to be heading down the backstretch for the last time at Talladega. I'll tell you what, who's it going to be, Cowboy, as they start hugging the line down there on the bottom. And if the caution comes out, the game is over, Cowboy. And this is for all the marbles going down the backstretch, heading into turn 3, 2x2. Number 4 car, that's going to be James Howard up on the top. He's the first one on the top and takes a hit. And it is over. The race is over.
JD, no caution.
No caution as they race to the line. The white flag lap. It's over, Cowboy.
24, JD.
Here comes the 24 alongside. Going to make a dash for the start-finish line. The 24 car just beats out the 13 of Mark Robertson. Rodney Shirk with third place finish here tonight. What a finish.
20 thousandths of a second, guys. 20 thousandths.
20 thousandths.
At the stripe, 20 thousandths.
Yeah, what I meant to say back there was it was over for James Howard. I think I'd have to go back and look at it again. I don't remember who it was, but Howard took a hit coming off the turn there, and that just absolutely ended it for any chance of the 4 machine to get to the front. I told you not to call my bookie.
Wow, what a finish, JD. The 13, and the 24 right at the line. What a photo finish to end a great run.
Wow. I'll tell you what a night here at Talladega. And Andrew Berger taking the trophy home tonight, also the big one. He's taking home I believe it's a $500 paycheck from Talladega tonight, boys. Mark Robinson with a solid second place finish. Ronnie Shurik doing an outstanding job here tonight in that number 6 machine. A good third place finish for him. Finishing 4th at 29 of Luke Crutchfield. Carson Downs with an outstanding run tonight. Top 5 for him in that number 97 machine. And I tell you, a good night here at Talladega, all for one purpose only, and that's for the Prader Willie Syndrome Association, sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing here tonight, and a good benefit opportunity here on ETV Live. So right now, let's go ahead and give the 24 car, Andrew Berger, a couple of moments down around the track, get rid of the rubber that's left on his tires. We'll step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, the post-race show with your winner. So don't wander off. We'll be right back.
Wow, that was fun.
Hell yeah, it was. Whew.
Hi, I'm J.D. Webb, one of the executive producers and commentators for ETV Live. Many of you have heard my voice before calling races from the booth, having fun with the fans, and congratulating winners on any given night during our broadcasts. I want you to hear my voice again, only this time as I invite you to share a very special evening on ETV Live from Talladega Superspeedway for a benefit race on Thursday, July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Have you ever been so hungry that you felt the pain and anxiety, wondering when your next meal will come? How about if you're told that you can't eat when you're hungry and you have to wait? Prader-Willi syndrome is the most common cause of life-threatening obesity in children. It causes them to have uncontrollable urges to eat and feelings of compulsion for hunger all the time. Parents have to lock the kitchen doors and cabinets, put food out of reach, and deny the hunger their child feels. But hunger is the least of the problems, especially left untended. Besides the uncontrollable urge to eat constantly, Prader-Willi syndrome leads to low muscle tone, short stature, incomplete sexual development, and can lead to a stage of obesity that is life-threatening. Sponsored by Paint the Yellow Racing League, here's an opportunity for you to learn about this debilitating illness and at the same time share a fun evening with your family. Please join me Thursday, July 5th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, live on ETV Live for a very special night, and learn more about this rarely publicized illness that affects 1 in 15,000 children annually in the U.S. and how you can help to provide relief. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Talladega Speedway, guys, and I'll tell you what, I had to get a couple of double doses here of my water. Exciting race here tonight, guys, and I'll tell you what a terrific finish. We've got our winners here tonight, Andrew Berger taking home the big one from Talladega Superspeedway, along with the Trophy Cowboy, $500. And tell us how you did it, Andrew.
Well, the race kind of went according to plan. I wanted to stay out of trouble early and stay up front and try to avoid all the wrecks I knew. The mid-pack back, it was all hairy back there, as you guys saw. So I just wanted to stay out of trouble, mind my own business, and just kind of get to that last segment of the race and just make sure I was good on fuel and then just race for it to the end. And luckily, I somehow got through that last lap crash there. I thought I was a goner, but I made it past the wreck and somehow passed Mark on the outside for the win.
Well, Andrew, you know, before you got there, you had to suffer through 2 heat races. What was that like?
Oh man, that was pretty fun. Yeah, that first heat race was, I had to start in the back because I only got in this race on the last chance qualifier, so I was starting in, I think, 41st. So I just survived that first heat race, and I think I was 10th in the second heat race, starting position. Battled up front for pretty much the whole race, went according as planned. Thought I was going to come in the top 5, but as you guys saw, I kind of got the unfortunate end of a last straightaway incident and got caught up in the catch fence. But it turned out to be for the best, apparently, and started in 24th, same as my car number, and just happened to work my way up in the final event here.
Might have been that phone call I made to my bookie, but I'll tell you what, Cowboy, good job here at Talladega here tonight. Of course, like I said, going home with the big one, $500, Richard, along with the trophy to put up on the shelf. But who made it happen for you, bud?
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I just want to thank Paint the Yellow and all the hard work the guys put in to put on this awesome event. I know it was for a good cause, and honestly, I never heard of the disease before, so it's good to raise awareness for this, and hopefully a lot of people donate money, and I'll probably even donate some more after this victory. I just want to thank Austin Osborne for his pushing and his setup help throughout the race, and unfortunately he had some bad luck, but just got to thank all the guys at gsrracing.net. Scott Granberg puts on a great league, truck league, if anybody wants to check it out. So, but again, thanks ETV and Paint the Yellow for putting on this awesome event.
All right, and again, congratulations to Andrew Berger for taking home the big one here tonight. I'm going to throw it on over to Michael Keaton. I believe he's caught up with our second place finisher, Mark Robinson.
Tell you, Mark, 5.5 feet at the line, 20 thousandths of a second, 200 miles an hour at the stripe. Mark, $200 richer, second place tonight. Tell us about the night.
Yeah, I started deep in the field, guys, and just had some good luck and had some good help from some good guys, and just went my way, and Andrew got me at the end. But you know, it was nice and clean, and it was a good race.
Mark, chasing that neon rainbow coming out of 4. You saw the 24 hot in pursuit on your tail. Everyone wrecking behind you. You probably wasn't even looking in the rearview mirror. But at any moment, I kidded the guys and whispered in the broadcast. I said, if I was at 13 of Mark Robertson, I'd have turned right into Andrew, put him in the wall for 500. Did it go across your mind?
Not once, guys. I don't race like that, and I don't want somebody to race me like that. So I like to race clean. So no, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, all joking aside, classy move, Mark. There, earned every penny that you're going to win tonight, and really appreciate the hard work and nice racing out there. Mark Robertson going home, guys, with a second place victory with $200 richer. And going to send it on down. To JD.
All right, and I'll tell you what, Ronnie Shirk unable to be with us here, but congratulations to Ronnie Shirk for taking the third place trophy home tonight, along with a $100 paycheck from Talladega Superspeedway. But before we get out of here, guys, again, you know, I know I went down through the list before. I want to do it one more time. Brian Henshaw in the house with us here tonight. Karen Peoples, of course, that's Ed Peoples' wife, the better half of the People family, I'm sure, tonight. But Brian and Karen, I mean, you guys, what'd you think? A lot of fun here tonight.
It was a very exciting race, and great seeing all of the racers donating in to the cause, and also helping to raise awareness for this Prader-Willi syndrome. It's great to see another charity out there helping out us.
You know, like I said before, I've been around the sim racing community for quite some time, and you will not find any more giving group of people than the sim racing community. And just briefly, you know, a lot of these guys don't know each other than the 1 or 2 nights a week that they meet on a racetrack, on a virtual racetrack to boot. And but the deal is, Cowboy, I'll tell you what, if one of them needed a shirt, the other one would give him the one off his back. And that's just how it works here with sim racing. But big thank you, you know, to the PWS crew that joined us tonight. Jan Lee Heineman. I'm going to go down this list one more time. I love mentioning these guys' names. Director of Research and Medical Affairs, Dottie Cooper, Interim Executive Director for PWSA, Lisa Graziano, Executive Director for the California chapter. We got a lot of these executive directors here. What an important aspect of this. Kate Beaver, Crisis Intervention Counselor, probably one of the most important jobs of anybody. Brian Henshaw, former Vice President, Pennsylvania PWS chapter, and last but not least, you know, a big thank you to Ed Peoples for helping me get involved in this. I don't know where he went.
I'm here, JD.
There he is.
It was my pleasure getting to know you on a much better basis than our relationship started some 6-something months ago. But I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I got to see a lot tonight. I got to see some good racing. I got to see my pit crew work hard to get me back out there. I got to see a couple of wrecks. I got to see that you guys can stay up past midnight and not turn into pumpkins, because here it is on the eastern coast here. It's been a long day. I know you guys have been you know, on this afternoon, this evening, getting ready for pre-production, and I thank you guys. I got to see that we had some good viewership on the website there, and I'm glad to hear that we had a nice finish there and got to make sure it was green flag and not a caution at the end. So we raised awareness. I've been watching the donation page climb, especially here in the last hour or two. So as I said before the broadcast, we've already won with the awareness, and you're right, this community and online racing that just gives until they bleed, getting behind a cause like this. I'm so fortunate to have the friends in my Paint the Yellow with James Howard, Jack Honeycutt, and all the many, many people that put in so much. Gary Bauer for helping us out with this purse. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank everyone. It's been a long month, and I can't wait to do it again next year, I hope.
You bet. And I'll tell you what, I know Victoria is off to bed and counting sheep, but when she wakes up in the morning, give her a big hug from all the crew here at ETV Live, and a big high five to brother little brother Mitchell, who's such a big brother, you don't know, you have no idea. So again, from ETV Live, for all the guys up here in the booth, Dakota and yeah, Batman Michael Keaton, of course Justin Rosenau joining us, little Dalton England, who was helping us out tonight. Of course, we could not do it without John Westling. He is absolutely the legend in sim broadcasting. So for ETV Live, we'll see you next time.